Hello fellow survivors and welcome to a walkthrough of episode 4 of Wintermute, which is called Fury Then Silence, aka the Blackrock episode. This episode has the story of Mackenzie being caught in Blackrock by the convicts that inhabit the prison there. He was captured at the end of episode 2 and they dragged him all the way to Blackrock because they want to know what's in his hard case, and they also need him to fly them out of there since he's a pilot. Now the prisoners have their own agenda. They're trying to free their friends in solitude, and they want Mackenzie to do all sorts of errands for them.
Get back out there, pilots.
So he runs around in Blackrock doing all sorts of things and solving puzzles, collecting stuff, and basically trying to survive. But at the same time, in collusion with another individual, he is trying to sabotage the convicts. And the question is, can he escape Blackrock and take the hard case with him? Now in episode 4, there are 4 story chapters as well as a brief prologue that precedes this, and the story is fairly straightforward and it's pretty easy to follow with markers on the map, and it's pretty much a lot of fetch quests. However, there are also quite a few puzzles in this episode, most notably the steam tunnel puzzles, and there's also some in the mine. There are also a total of 6 side quests in this episode. Most of them can be done whenever you want, but 2 of them are restricted by the story. One of them requires that you pick something up inside the steam tunnels, which you cannot access until you do chapter 2. And another one is done completely inside the gold mine, so you have to be in chapter 3 to do that one. Outside of those though, you can do everything else whenever you want, and you're free to explore the region however you like. And it's sort of split into 3 parts. You sort of have Western Blackrock, Central Blackrock, and Eastern Blackrock, and all of them have side quests here and there. In addition to the side quests, there are 8 achievements. However, most of these are story related, 5 of them to be precise. Then there are 3 of them that are to complete side quests, and you can do these while you do the main story. In this walkthrough, I will show you the entire story, as well as all of the side missions and all of the achievements. So this is a complete walkthrough and a playthrough. We also explore quite a lot of Blackrock. There are some areas of Blackrock here and there that I won't go through in this episode because we don't really need to for neither the story or the side missions, but you will see me go through most of the region, and everything you need will be in this walkthrough. As usual, there'll be timestamps where you can skip to any quest you need and the solution to any quest as well, and there'll also be ways to skip the dialogue because, as before, this is also playthrough, so the dialogues will play out in full. Now, I think that's enough of an introduction. Let's head in to Blackrock, aka episode 4 of Wintermute, and let's help some convicts. Let's go.
Why do we have to carry this sack up? He's heavy as hell.
Shut up. Mathis says carry the... We carry him.
They're getting closer. You hear about what happened to Leclerc?
Don't believe everything you hear, dumbass.
Arrow in the chest, man! The chest! No wolves be doing that.
Really? Wolves don't use bows. You figured that out all by yourself?
Piss off. Something's hunting us out here, and it ain't just wolves.
Mathis will figure it out.
What the hell are we even doing out here?
Remember the plan. First we get daughter out.
Donner, that crazy... This is...
Shh. He's coming back here.
Order. Hey, Hey, Mathis. He's finally awake.
Well, well. He lives.
No thanks to you.
Turns out you have a damn hard head, pilot.
I told you I was stubborn. Woman.
Oh, you mean the one you asked about in the dam?
Yeah.
She's still there. Won't be going anywhere soon.
You bastard.
Relax, Mackenzie. She had nothing to do with you.
How do you...
Just some... old lady lost in the woods. Wandered into the dam when I was there. She saw me and wouldn't stop screaming, so... I shut her up.
Monster.
Oh, you have no idea. Why are you so worried about her?
It doesn't matter.
Could it have anything to do with this?
I told you I have no idea what that is.
Well, it's okay, pilot. We'll find a way to open it very soon. And then we'll both know what's inside. Hey, Mackenzie?
Yeah?
You look like...
Mathis? How long we have to carry this heavy bastard for?
Shut up, man. That heavy bastard may be our ticket off this rock, so carry him. And like the man says, shut up.
They found us!
What the hell?
Get it off me!
I need a weapon.
Come and get some!
Got to move.
Where's the pilot?
Can't let them find me. Need my hands free.
Okay. So before you do anything, this area here is what is known as Keeper's Pass in survival mode. In survival mode, you can actually get here. There's not that much to it, but they have fleshed it out more than this area. Now this is kind of like a prologue, so what we're doing here is literally just getting to the end of this part, and then freeing ourselves, and then getting caught again. It doesn't really achieve much. It's just a small thing where prisoners keep looking for you. You can run, like this normally. And there's no meters, so you just do this as fast as you can, really. It is possible to speed this up if you want to. You can't pass time, see, it won't allow you to do it. What you can do if you really want to is you can go in your inventory, choose an item, like for example this pants, and then choose harvest, which will fast forward time, and then you cancel it, and now your sprint meter is refilled, and you can do that. So if you want to speed run this, or just do it faster, you can do that. But now that we're not going to bother too much about it, we're just going to head forward through this canyon.
You better get him, or there'll be hell to pay.
Don't think you can see the prisoners there for like a couple times. You kind of sneak up behind them. It's a prologue, but also like a basic tutorial, just in case for some reason you haven't played the other episodes or don't remember. I mean, some people only play story mode, and because the stories are split over several years, they might be like, oh, the story continues. Let me come back to this game. How do I play it again? Because there is a section of Long Dark players who only play story mode. It's one of the few cutscenes.
No, nothing but those wolves. I need a smoke.
Never mind the wolves. We gotta find him fast.
What the hell? Let him run. He won't get far with those wolves hunting him.
Look, you dumbass. Mathis says the pilots are taken off this damn island. Don't you want to get back to the mainland?
But Eller, the arrow in the chest, man.
Let's go find this guy before Mathis loses his temper again. You know what he's like when he's angry.
Let's go. Between Mathis and the wolves, I have a bad feeling about this place.
So the arrow in the chest and the back, what are they talking about, is presumably Molly. Well, Molly killed a few convicts in episode 3, and I presume that's what they're talking about. Also, you may have noticed the language filter is on. This episode in particular has a lot of swearing compared to the other episodes, because we're dealing with convicts who have very harsh language. And I'm not bothered by that, but I know that a lot of people watch my videos and are family members. Sometimes they watch them on the TV and their kids around. I think something like 30% of my viewers have my videos on TV. So we might as well have it on for those who find that appropriate. Also, as always in some of my videos, you may hear my wife in the background here and there playing Overwatch, and that's just part of the charm. Now we're going to head up here. This is in a little area. It's called, what's it called? In survival mode, this is called Forester's Hermitage, I think. That's what this area is called. And what we need is this saw here. This allows you to remove the rope.
Might be sharp enough to cut this rope.
There we go. That saw blade is then survival too, but you can't interact with it. And all these things, you can harvest them. You're not really going to use it for anything, so there's not really any point to it. Just for the fun of it though, we could pick up 3, which allows us to make a tea. You can look around here, but there's not really much to it. There's nothing really to do here. It's just really to continue. Now, the prologue is about to end, and spoiler alert, we're about to be recaptured. So you might think, well, what's the point of that? We literally escaped to be recaptured again. But it's basically just meant to be a very brief tutorial of how the game works. You know, running, picking up stuff, crouching, and that's it, really. In the end, though, you probably could have cut this entire sequence, and it makes no real difference at all. That being said, let's just continue.
Looks like I finally found a use for your metal case. We have unfinished business, pilot. Stick around.
Yet? Hey, I can hear you moving around. Come to the window. We have to talk. Stand on the toilet and you can reach the window.
Alright, so as in all the other episodes, I will be doing the full dialogue and monologue and all that stuff. They're quite lengthy in the beginning, especially. So, and there's just little movement things like this in between. So now I'm going to be quiet and we're just going to play through it and then we get to the gameplay.
There you are. Well, welcome to the show.
Okay. So who are you?
Unfortunately, I run this place.
That doesn't seem to be working out too well for you.
Yes, well, normally I'm on the other side of the bars. Name's Franklin. I'm Warden here at Blackrock. And you are?
Mackenzie. Franklin, what's going on here?
The situation is this. You and I are locked up in here. Mathis and his gang of thugs are trying to break someone out of solitary. We're still alive, for now, so they must need us for something. The power's been out for days, and nobody is coming to help.
Sounds about right. So, Mathis. You know him?
Oh yeah, we go way back. He was in for murder on the mainland about 10 years ago. He did 7 and then got off on parole. I was warden at one of the federal pens there, and, well, let's just say Mathis isn't sending me any Christmas cards these days.
Any idea what he's doing here?
Unfortunately, yeah. He's here for Donner.
Donner? Who's that?
His son.
So, some kind of twisted family reunion.
Mathis is bad, but he's old school bad. Murder, larceny, the occasional heist, and grand theft auto. But Donner? He's a chip off the old block, and then some.
So, not a good person.
Well, he's locked up in Blackrock, isn't he? Listen, Mathis is bad, but Donner is something much worse. I've seen a lot of criminals in my years, and Donner, he's one of those guys that keeps wardens like me up at night. He's evil to the core. He's the kind of guy they make prisons like Blackrock for. There's no redemption for guys like Donner. They aren't here for rehabilitation. There's no way back to living in regular society again. They just want to destroy the world you and I live in. If Mathis is bad, Donner is biblical bad.
So, Blackrock?
Yeah, maximum security prison. Built 100 years ago and updated a few times. It's basically a fortress.
Out here?
You notice the walls on your way in?
I was, no.
Okay, well, they aren't that high or that impressive, really. You know why?
No idea.
Because whatever dumb son of a bitch tries to escape from this place has to get through about 50 clicks of brutal terrain full of dangerous wildlife before they can even think about finding a road that leads out of here.
Well, but we got here.
Yeah, but are you gonna get out? About 20 years ago, a pair of cons escaped. They came back 3 days later, half dead, begging us to take them back. And that was in the middle of summer.
I get the picture. So, Donner is a very bad guy. Mathis came here to spring him. Tell me again why we aren't dead yet?
Well, that's a story. Power went out here a couple of weeks ago now. The backups held for a while, but eventually the cons were able to break out and overwhelm the guards. They grabbed the keys to solitary, went to get Donner, which, well, that would have been the end. But they couldn't open the gates to solitary. Something has them locked down tight, and it's driving Mathis crazy. It was bad for us. I haven't seen any of the other guards since they locked me up in here, and, well, I fear the worst. And now that Mathis is here...
But with the power down, what's keeping the gates locked?
There are mechanical failsafes in the system. Keep in mind, most of this jail is pretty old. But that's not the full answer to why Donner is still locked up.
What do you mean?
Well, best I can tell, they should have been able to break him out by now. But something, or someone, has been getting in the way.
You mean there's someone else still out there?
That's exactly what I mean.
But who?
I don't know. But sounds like Mathis is as mad as a hornet because of them, and that brings me no small pleasure. They're coming. Get back to your bunk.
So, pilot, you're back in the land of the living. For now.
Yeah, but just seeing you gives me a headache.
Well, just seeing you makes me want to hit people. So, Warden, looks like we have a little problem. I still can't get into solitary. You have any idea why that might be?
I told you, Mathis, the whole jail is in some kind of weird lockdown. It all happened before you got here. Donner just...
Don't you ever say his name.
I don't know anything about it.
My guys say someone's been tampering with the system. They say it's gotten worse. Every time they take a step closer to breaking into solitary, something new gets in their way. Didn't you used to run this place?
Yeah.
So you're telling me you have no idea how it works?
That's just the thing. Nothing is working the way it's supposed to right now.
Stop wasting my time. And stop wasting your time. You don't have much left. Unless we get that door open.
Mathis, I don't know anything.
Let me jog your memory.
Hey, Mathis! Maybe not so hard. Like, we might still need him to get him out.
Mathis, he doesn't look good. You're going too far.
Clean him up.
He looks bad.
Yeah, Mathis. He's getting worse.
This with Donner has him half crazy.
Half crazy? Ever since the bus crash, he's been getting wild, like a caged animal. How the hell did he expect this to turn out?
You remember Montreal, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, remember that place on St. Catherine's with the girl who...
Not that, you moron. Remember how Mathis broke out?
Oh, yeah. I wasn't there, but I heard about it.
Right. You clean up the Warden, and I'll tell you all about it. So there was this really tight plan. Mathis had months to set it up. Everyone had their part to play. It was like out of a movie. So we bust out, and all hell breaks loose. We get to the front gates. It's a mess, right? Place is in chaos. And the driver who's supposed to pick us up, he's late.
No.
Nope. So the driver pulls up, like 2 minutes late. Alarms going off everywhere. It's like the prison guards are coming after us. We're gonna get grabbed at any second. We're yelling at Mathis, "Come on, man, let's go, let's get out of here." And Mathis just stands there, looking at the driver, looking like he wants to eat the guy. The driver's terrified. Mathis walks over to the van, slowly. We're all jumping in and yelling to get out, and we can see the guards coming. Like, we are done. We need to get out. Mathis, he pulls the driver out of the van, looks back at us, and with this totally wild look in his eyes, just says, "Go." Like totally calmly, but with this wild edge. And he just starts beating the living out of the driver.
Wow. I knew it went bad in Montreal, but I didn't know that story.
Yeah, I mean, we took off. And Mathis, it took 5 cops to pull him off that driver. He cared less about being caught than he did about the driver being late.
Crazy.
Mathis is not a patient man. He does not like it when a plan does not come together. He does not like to be let down. And right now, his plan for getting Donner out of here is totally... It's just a matter of time before he... snaps. Like he did in Montreal.
He looks bad, eh? What are we going to do?
If he dies, it'll be worse for us because we'll take the heat. We need to get him patched up.
Well, we passed some kind of first aid building on the way in.
Great. Go there and grab some supplies.
No way. You hear all those wolves out there?
Don't be a... Go do it.
You do it. Why do I have to be the one who...
Hey, who went back to look for Leclerc when he went missing? No way I'm going back out there.
I'll do it.
Did you hear something?
I said I'll do it. Let me out, and I'll get the supplies.
Nobody's talking to you, pilot. Just keep quiet and hope that Mathis doesn't start paying attention to you.
He dies, and you guys take the rap. You want that?
The rap? Take the rap? Who talks like that? Listen, pilot. Why don't you shut up?
What do you have to lose? I go out there, get attacked by wolves. No great loss, right?
Wait a second, man. This is a bad idea. Mathis has plans for this guy.
Shut up. All right. You're right. You've been out in the bush all this time. I'm sure you figured out how to deal with a few wolves by now. We let you out. You get the supplies. The Warden lives, and maybe we keep Mathis distracted so he doesn't lose his shit on you next time.
Understood. You let me out. I get the supplies. The Warden lives.
Ha! You see? He learns fast. Time to save the day, pilot. Don't f*** it up.
Get going, pilot. The Warden doesn't have much time left. And in case you're thinking of running away, remember, we still have your precious case.
Brutal, deadly cold. How I've missed you.
Okay, so now we are here in Blackrock. We're inside the prison for now. We're going to stay in here for the moment, and then we're going to be going outside. If in fact you click map, you won't have one yet, it happens later. There's a lot of things you can search here, but there's not really much you need to do. We're not going to do that this walkthrough. We're not going to check every little thing, because you don't need to. For example, if you go in here, you will find some things. You'll find, for example, this orange soda. If you check this bus, then you might find something like a cloth. maybe some tinder, and so on. Like, there's things to be found in these vehicles and other areas, but we don't really need it just yet. We're going to pick up some stone still. And in fact, there's a whole area of Blackrock that's not really used. But now we're going to head to the infirmary. And also, by the way, there is no quest later that involves holding resources. Like in episode 1 and 3, there were a bunch of resources you needed to get. That was one of the type of quests. That isn't the case here. So you don't have to worry about getting a bunch of loot. Just get the loot you need to survive, really, and that's it. Here we come to a truck that we might want to go inside and grab because there's matches here.
Hope nobody needs this
That's
anymore.
good. There's also matches inside this coal bin here. Despite saying it's a coal bin, there's no coal inside. There's wood, sticks, and matches. Where we want to go is the infirmary. Now it's a little misleading here because you get there and first off, this door is locked.
I need to find some way in.
This says it's the infirmary. And it looks inside and looks like you want to go in there. And actually you cannot access this area. In survival mode also you cannot go in here for some weird reason. You actually want to go in this door because it's also locked. And what you want to do is actually go all the way around and get into the window that's up there that's open. That's how you get in. But if you didn't know that, it almost makes it feel like you are looking for a key or something, but you're not. So we're going to have to go around. And we're going to pick up some side quests while we're at it. Now here's also the entrance to the workshop, which we can't access. We need the Aurora code for that, but that's not really a thing here in the story mode. You got a wolf eating it there. And then here, you want to enter this bus here. Actually, let's grab this coal there. All is good. Okay, this bus has one of the first side quests you can pick up. So inside there is a sports vest. And as usual in story mode, the character will just put them on when you pick them up, assuming this is slot free. The bullet there.
I can use this.
And then over at the end here, there is the archival report, which starts the Dark Star side quest. And this is 1 out of 4 that you have to find. This is volume B or number 2. You want to find 4 of these pages and that will complete the quest, which also gives you an achievement. Here it basically says what it is. You need to find these bloodstained pages basically. There is another one here inside the prison, but you need a key for it, which we can't get inside this prison. So we have to do that later. Let's come back for it basically. Private, we'll take that. Backpack. Search that.
That'll
Flare
come in handy.
can be handy. And then here there is more tinder. There's lantern fuel. This we could pick up this jerrycan. We probably won't carry it around though because it's too heavy. We look at this is too little for accelerant. Oh, we can see. Fire barrel, which is nice. There's a workbench, more matches. So you already have a ton of matches. Remember that whenever you return to the prison, you have to hide your stuff, or the prisoners will take it. So be wary of that. For now, I'm looting a little bit here and there, but we don't really need to loot everything. I'm just checking. For that's the one I wanted, the
I
gunpowder.
could use this.
Bird sapling is a cool one, but we don't need that either. Okay, now we're gonna head out here into the forested area, and here is a wolf just doing his thing. It's best to just keep distance from that. You don't have many ways to deal with the wolves right now, except for this flare you picked up. Although you could start a fire and then use that to make torches. Now, here is a little forested area, and there are wolves around here too. In fact, we've been spotted already, so that's a bit but you can just walk the dog. We want to go behind this wolf here. That's where there is a corpse, and you can just walk around like this. Go around the wolf, run if you want to, and just use this path down here. Basically, on the other side of this open area here, it's actually a bit weird actually that they have wolves here and they haven't given you anything to deal with the wolves. But anyway, we want to go all the way around the other side here to find this guy. He has a flare, and he should have a key. Key number 2, and another flare. And if you're scared at this point, you know what to do with the wolves, just light a flare and you can scare off the wolf. For demonstration purposes, we could do that. We could just light a flare like this. And for one thing, the wolf will now not attack you. It will just stand away. If you're not familiar with wolf mechanics, because a flare is effectively a campfire. And what you can do is aim at the wolf with any weapon you got, and if you only have a stone, that's fine. Select the stone, aim at the wolf, and the wolf gets scared. Bye, Wolfie. Okay, so that's it. Now that is also a side quest we just picked up. It did the Blackrock lockers, so now I have 2 side quests already. And there are 3 keys to be found to complete that side quest. Ooh, there's another wolf. If you don't smell or have any encumbrance, you can actually just walk at the wolf like this. And apparently that didn't work. Okay, they might have changed that in survival mode, not in story mode. Okay, in survival mode, if you can just do that. Sorry about that. Wife came in to ask a question. But yeah, a little bit embarrassing that that happened, but you know, we're all human, so I'm going to leave that in. I could just reload and do this segment again, get it all flawless, and we look like a real pro, but we're going to leave that in so you can see that that doesn't work. The reason I thought it would work is because it does in survival. In survival, as long as you're not considered weak by the wolves, like you're heavy or bleeding, that sort of thing, you just walk at them with stuff like flares and torches. But here it doesn't work. Unless it doesn't work with flares, but I can't imagine that would be the case. Maybe it doesn't work with flares, actually, I don't know. But anyway, don't do that. Okay, you can't go up there either. So what we want to do here is
someplace to escape this cult.
basically we're going to go through the barracks up there to get in. Okay. This door is inaccessible, doesn't lead anywhere. And then here is the barracks. And there is some stuff in here, like there's some food, coffee, more matches, more drinks. So you might want to have a quick look just to have something. You can check fridges and stuff if you want to, but I'm not too bothered about it. Coffee, of course, and you can take the can as well for cooking. And if you need to sleep, you can sleep here as well, no problem, because you don't have a bedroll. You got some new shoes here, which is great. There's a t-shirt, a box. You can find the key to this later. You don't need it for storage purposes though, but this will take. And in here there are toilets, so you can get some more underwear. Some more water here, so we don't have any water, but you can take it from the toilet rather than making water, which is nice. These things here is just history stuff. We're not gonna really do anything about it. We'll take some more water. But I think that's enough. And then up here, oh, another bullet. Here are the lockers in front of me here. And some of them can be opened as normally. So for example, this one here. And this one as well. But then you need the key for 2 and 3 and 8. And we have number 2 from that corpse. So here's locker number 2. And you get rifle, ammunition, combat pants, coat. Pretty good stuff out here. So already our gear is looking so much better than before. And now we're on the roof. I'm actually going to just chuck this. It makes a lot of noise. Let's get dressed, because I think we've got different layers on here. We got combat pants, which are great. The jeans are better than Mackenzie's pants, so I'm going to just drop Mackenzie's pants. Shoes are marginally better, so we're dropping Mackenzie's shoes. Sorry, Mackenzie, I'm sure you get it back. Next episode, they always magically appear. And now we're already warmer. Isn't that nice? Okay. Now we're going to head into the infirmary, which is this window over there. I'm just going to head around here. If you do this in survival mode, it will not work. The window is there, but you cannot enter it. Instead, you enter the normal way, by opening a window. And this is going to be the only thing we do in the prison for now, but we will be returning to prison to do some other stuff another time. Gloves, and now we have that, so no frostbite risk now, mostly anyway. And then you can just climb in through this window.
Now to find some meds for the Warden.
Okay, so in here, we're continuing the main story, but we're also picking up a side quest, and that is kind of like a tail. Let's do that when we get to it. Got some tablets here if you want that. Again, you don't really need it. Cloth sewing kit could be handy, because then we can repair things. And now you can exit this way. We'll do that later as well. All of these doors can't be opened. Here's some more water, antiseptic, windbreaker. You know, if you're in doubt, just pick everything up and then figure it out later. And now also over here, at some point this phone will ring. It's going to be story related. More coffee, more food, shoes. And then there is something quite important here that's easy to miss because it looks like it's just part of all the debris, which is this thing here, the late employee. This is a quest. It's very easy to miss. It looks kind of like part of everything else. And also it's behind this door, so unless you come through here and look down here, or come back out here and look, you will miss it. But it's right there. And this is the Blackrock memo. I'm not going to read through these things, but I will open it briefly, so if you're interested, you can pause the video and read it yourself. You can also find it on Wikipedia, of course. I'll take that, and this will trigger our third side quest, which is basically the Blackrock Rumours, as they were called. Yeah, Blackrock Rumours. And there are 3 of these. These are basically similar to the Tales that was in episode 3. We have to find four Tales. There's 3 of them. And you find 3 different notes to trigger the 3. There's another one here in the prison we're going to get. Well, the third one is somewhere else, basically. The third quest of this one is something you might want to do early because it actually gives you the Moosite Satchel. For now, though, just remember to pick this up. And then we're going to look for the medicine. But we'll find out when we're here. There is actually no medicine because it's just painkillers. There's this memo that says there isn't really anything, but there's something to do with the truck. So they might be in the truck. So there's that. And then the phone is ringing, of course. And we also got the gate key. So we can now get out of the prison, which is important. And then the phone is ringing.
Hello? Hello?
Who the hell are you?
Well, I could ask you the same question.
Quit around. Who are you?
I'm nobody important. Just a bush pilot. My name's,
You forgot your name.
My name's Mackenzie.
Right. Well, Mr. Mackenzie.
Not Mr. Mackenzie. Just Mackenzie.
Well, Mr. Bush Pilot Mackenzie, welcome to the party. You working for those in prison?
Which ones? I mean, no. No, not working for them.
Then what are you doing out here?
Where are you calling me from?
Somewhere safe. Look, Mr. Mackenzie, soon you're gonna have to figure out whose side you're on in this little stalemate we have going on.
I don't know anything about a stalemate. And I'm not on anyone's side. I'm on my own side.
Well, at least you're honest. That's a start.
Where are you? And what do you want?
Ooh-wee. That question has a long damn answer. Right now, I'm safe from those prison... But I cannot say the same for you.
Look, the prison warden. He's injured. I'm just trying to keep him alive.
So, they let you out of the prison. Then they're just gonna let you back in?
Right.
But you aren't helping them.
No.
Something about this situation, about you, doesn't fit.
Look, why don't you tell me where you are and maybe I can help you?
Help me. Man, you can't even help yourself.
Are you the one that's messing up the convicts' plans?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Either way, I'm not telling you. How do I know you aren't really one of Donner's boys? Trying to trap me.
Donner. So you know about him.
Wake up, man. This is all about Donner. Don't you get that? And I'm the only thing standing between that rotting away in solitary and an evil bastard being unleashed to the rest of this frozen hellhole.
Well, I mean, I hear it's nice in the summer.
Take care of yourself, Mr. Mackenzie. Those wolves sound pretty hungry to me.
I'll do my best. Wow. That was weird.
Okay, and now that continues the story. The prison, we now have our map. And this is where we're going. So the note, we didn't read it, but mentions the truck. And we're here in the prison. This is Blackrock. This is the prison area. This is its own kind of little loading area. Once you exit, you enter the whole thing. Yeah, this is also something. This is the one we just picked up, the Rumours, and there's other things to do here as well. But this is the one that we want to do now, the Blackrock Blues. It's quite easy to do. You just come out, follow the road till you find some trucks, and then you go off the road and pick this up. It's quite straightforward. So the first chapter is pretty straightforward. It basically introduces you to the prison and some basic mechanics. That's pretty much it. The person on the phone is basically the equivalent to Molly in episode 3. It's a mysterious stranger, but she eventually tells you her name. I'm going to say the name now. If you don't want to know it for some reason, cover your ears for a few seconds. But this is Jace. Jace is someone who's relevant to the story and to Dr. Atford and Wintermute and the whole thing. We'll find that out soon enough. For now, though, we're going to leave because the medicines weren't there. We're going to go out through this door. We're going to go down these stairs. We will now exit. And here is the bedroll under the stairs. Isn't that nice? You don't need the bedroll really in this walkthrough because there's quite a few places to sleep. Like now this quest is just here. The next quest is to go to the power station. Up here, the power plant, but you can just sleep here in the substation. You can sleep in the trailer that's up here, and then you go to the mines. You can sleep in the trailer up there. You can sleep in the mine itself. There's quite a few places to sleep, so the bedroll isn't that necessary really, but you should have it just in case. So that's good. Now you can open this door. So now we're out. Hurrah! And I think you can go back in if you really want to, but you don't really need to. So there's that. So now we have our goal. We have the key to exit the prison, which you get from just quite literally picking up the memo over there. And now we can exit. So here is kind of like a little safe area before you exit, which is like the guard house or gatehouse. You can also open this.
I think I can use this.
We don't need this, I'll pick it up now, but we don't need it. So here's this. You can unlock that with our key. There we go, and in here there's a bunch of stuff. So quite a few important things. You got police mittens, you got coffee, and in here you have syrup, revolver ammunition, you got shells for the stress pistol, which is nice. So that, and you got noisemakers, which is introduced in episode 4. So when episode 4 was released, that's when this was released too. And in the survival mode, if you want to make these, you pretty much have to go to Blackrock to find them and then unlock the blueprint. Though you can find them in Tales as well with our territory. Now these are not as good as they seem. They are kind of presented as if they're like hand grenades, but they're not really that. If you throw them, it will pretty much scare away everyone. But you need to, unless you get like direct hits, you need like 3 of these or more to scare away Team Wolfpack. So they're not that useful, but you might want to carry 1 or 2 of them around. And then you have a locker here, and this locker is going to be quite handy because it's where you're going to store some stuff. Here's also a memo, and this is another one of those memos from earlier for Blackrock Rumours. This one talks about a wolf that is highly aggressive, that you don't have to kill, but you have to go there. Pick that up, and that will trigger the next part of this Rumours quest, which is to go to this wolf that's up here, quite close to the mine entrance here. Okay, now it's actually getting kind of dark, so we could just, you know, leave. There's also some notes there. This is just details on food rationing. And then there is this note as well, which is just a newspaper clipping. And then there is this one, which is just noisemakers and what they are, and that's pretty much it. Okay, and that's it. So we could just leave now, and I think we are going to, because we're not going that far. But we don't really, we could sleep if we wanted to, because we have the bedroll. I'm going to put some stuff in the locker because I'm carrying too much stuff. I don't really need all this wood, for one. I'm not sure it's worth putting it in here. We can put some matches in here too. We don't need 24 matches. This we can carry. Clothing. Definitely put that on there, I think. Episode 4 actually introduced a new function, which is when you go down here, there's a button called Move All to Container. You click that, and all the clothing you're not wearing goes in here. That actually wasn't a thing before. They introduced that here, which is nice. Bunch of food. We can just eat something now to get... We can just get well fed in this run. I mean, why not? Just eat a bunch of stuff. And have a drink also. And then we can leave some more of it here. And I think we're good to go. Now, I will say this again later, but yeah, when you return to the prison, the prisoners will take your stuff. So you do want to leave a lot of it here, to be fair. You don't want to carry all this stuff around. This is also, for now, we're not going to go that far, so this is probably enough. Here, we can carry one noisemaker around. We can carry ammunition even though we don't need it, and I think this is fine. Now I'm very, very light. We don't need this birch bark either, or this amount of cloth. Okay, we do have this rest pistol. Now we're going to head to the quest, and in this particular chapter we're not really going to do any side missions. There are some more side missions to pick up, like down here, as well as in Cook's Farm, which is over here. But we don't really need to do right now, because the next quest will take us more in this area, and the quest after that takes us up to this area. So for now, we're just going to pretty much head straight to this truck. So chapter 1 is pretty straightforward. You start some side quests, but that's about it. Getting a bit dark, but we're not going that far. If you run into Timberwolves, there's many ways to deal with it. I will explain different ways to deal with Timberwolves, but you can also watch, if you did watch my episode 3 walkthrough, I showed multiple encounters with Timberwolves there and showed multiple different ways of dealing with them as well. And they are timestamped in that video. I will do the same here to a certain degree, because Timberwolves are here in Blackrock too. They're not as much of a menace as in episode 3, because there are less scripted encounters with them. In episode 3 there are loads of scripted encounters. You kind of can't avoid running into at least like 10 of them or something. But here it's different. The easiest way is to shoot your way out of it with a revolver, which we don't have, but there's several places you can get one. But you can also just make a fire and then throw torches at them, for example, which works very well. To do this first mission, you just have to follow the main road. And remember, you do have a map. It's quite easy, just follow the road. And I'm not going to do any crazy goating for the most part in this walkthrough. I might do some goating, some shortcuts, but for the most part, I'm going to be following a linear path. If the road takes you to the quest, then I'm going to take that road as well. We can run though. We don't have to walk the whole way. There's a little refuge because sometimes there are Timberwolves here, so there is that. And here is also our rifle. Not the greatest condition, but that is the rifle found. You can also check in here quickly. Cloth and a bullet. So now we have some defense against the Timberwolves. Only a few rounds, but it's not in great condition though. It's 29%, so it will break at some point unless you repair it, but that's fine. And now it's going to walk down here. You also have the stress pistol, but the stress pistol I would recommend using more against, say, a wolf, like here. In case you got ambushed and the wolf suddenly showed up, you can just do that. If you hit the wolf in the face with the stress pistol, it will kill the wolf. And he's smoking. However, that's not the purpose of it. If you just shoot at the wolf, doesn't matter if you hit the wolf or not, the wolf will flee. So I do recommend, especially in like tight corners like this, it's nice to have it available, because the wolf could come around the corner and then you can just go boom, very quick draw and shoot. So you'll be safe, you know. Against Timberwolves, yes, it does deter Timberwolves as well. It does reduce the morale, but you need several flares to do it. Unless you actually hit the wolves with it, you probably need at least 5 shells. It's not really worth it. It's better if you use the rifle or the revolver or flares or torches. Okay, it might be getting a little bit dark for your viewing experience, but if you play this, it's quite likely dark as well, because unless you're asleep. As you can see, we're following the road. It's pretty straightforward stuff. We could actually light a flare just for some better vision, because we are going to be seeing more stuff soon. It's getting quite dark, so let's light a flare. Also gives us wolf protection, even though it's noisy. And again, we're just following this road here. By the way, whenever you return to the prison and trigger the next chapter, you always emerge rested, so you don't have to worry about being exhausted or hungry when you get there and all that stuff. There we are. Here are the trucks. Also, there's the miners this way. These are the trucks. These trucks will have flares in them, which you can use to protect yourselves from wolves. And this is where the medicine should be, but it's not. So you're going inside, and you see there's another flare, which is why I wasn't afraid of using this one. You can loot this stuff to see what we got. Flare shell, for example. Nice. I don't think these are anything. Then you check the next one, and the boots got nothing. Inside, another marine flare. Marine flares are way stronger than regular flares, but they burn really fast. They are much better though against Timberwolves for sure. These gloves are definitely better. Yeah. I can't drop it in here. I see. So that's the trucks I talked about, but actually you can see the marker is in here. You're basically going to go through here instead. There is a passage here to climbing area, and that's where you want to go. It's in here, and here you can see clues that someone's been here.
Someone's been here recently.
Well, that's just what I said, Mackenzie, if you're paying attention. And there's a backpack, more matches. As you can see, matches are plentiful, and if you're unsure, just follow the trail of blood on the floor. It's pretty easy, this one. Some other quests, like I will be doing them in daylight, so it's best for walkthroughs to have as much visibility as possible. This one is pretty straightforward because it's so close to the prison. You have the map as well. It's literally just walk off the beaten path. You can't really get lost because there's these rocks on each side. You're kind of forced to go this way, and that's it. But for some other ones, I will be sleeping until daylight. So we have a wolf nest, there's a wolf there, 2 wolves over there as well, and on the map now it says you're actually on top of it, but if you notice, it's got a circle. It's basically saying it's somewhere in this area. It's not actually on the marker, and where that somewhere is that it's in this cave. There's a cave all the way up here. Just keep following all this crash stuff. See here on the left there is a rope, which you can ignore, and straight up here is the cave, and this is the cave we're talking about. So you can just head up here, there's another wolf, and you can just aim at it with that. The wolf will run away. You can also get rid of this wolf. It's in the same flare, and that's gone. And here is the prison guard, who has a chocolate bar in it, and in here is the medicine in the first aid kit. There you go, Blackrock Infirmary, medication, morphine and whatnot. You can take that. If you want, you can go into this cave here, and there is actually a bed here, Cully's cave. You're actually warm in here too. So if you want to, you could just sleep here, and you come back out and it's a daylight. And in fact, because this is about to burn out, it's windy, it's miserable, we might want to do that just for the fun of it. Let's have a little drink and sleep. The visibility will be a little bit easier. You can see this journey in 2 different lights. Now it says 2 degrees here, so you should be warm because you're on the inside of a cave, but just in case you're not 100% sure, just save it just in case. And then you try. And if you die, who cares? You just don't sleep. That's the benefit of story mode. If you mess up, doesn't really matter. You can just load it again. Ah, see? I did actually die. So we're going to load this up. Now the reason I died there is because when the night advanced, the world got colder. So you see here it says 2 degrees, and then 2 degrees warmth bonus, so it's only 4. And if we pass time instead of sleeping, see it says feels like 4 and then 3, and this is going to start dropping. So that's why I started freezing. So if you want to be safe, what you can do instead is you can start a fire. And we have accelerant, lots of it really, so we can just do that. And then you can just put on some this fuel. You don't really need that much of it. Of course, if you picked up all the fuel you had earlier, you can use that. And then you can sleep now instead. And what's going to happen now is, this is actually going to burn out. In fact, let's put all the coal on there. It's going to burn out before we can actually get up, but we won't die from it. So if I sleep until daylight, so say that's 9 hours, I probably will get cold, but I won't die. See? That's because it takes too long, basically, to get cold. So now, daylight is coming. If I sleep here now, it's too cold. It's minus 10. If you use the bedroll instead, it's marginally warmer, but just marginally. And some of this stuff that I'm doing here, as you can see, is kind of stupid. You shouldn't really be doing it that way. But I'm just illustrating to you different things. I'm showing you what's going to happen if you do some of these things. Again, there are some players who only play story mode, and they might not be aware of these mechanics. So I will sometimes make deliberate mistakes or take deliberate risks that you normally shouldn't take, just so you can see what happens. But of course, in story mode, you can just save the game and then load it again, and you're fine. Let's use some marine flare against these guys. This wolf seemed to have been having a bit of an issue. I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, now he's good. We can just walk the dog though. Oh, another one. These wolves are having a bit of a party. Let's use marine flare instead. Marine flare is very strong. We're just going to head back where we came pretty much. And you can just ignore them. They will follow you, but eventually they'll give up. Here we are back at the road. The sun is now coming up. I'm just going to run back. We're going to take the exact same road back. Don't worry too much about using your resources, because there are loads of flares to be found. You can also make torches by starting a campfire. You will eventually also find the revolver. We also have the rifle on us. And as I always say, like, you shouldn't worry too much about what you have with you when something ends. When the episode ends, it's over, and it doesn't really carry over. You know, you're not dependent on it the next episode. Even if the loot did carry over onto episode 5, the developers will make it so that, you know, you don't have enough stuff. So you will be looting stuff in episode 5. So it doesn't matter if you finish episode 4 and you're naked and starving and cold but alive and everything is lost. Doesn't matter, because you will have what you need in the next episode. So you don't have to worry too much about spending resources in story mode, especially because you have save points as well. In survival mode, it's a whole different story. Then you gotta use your resources sparingly and make sure, you know, it works out. But here, I wouldn't worry about it. Okay, we are cold, but it doesn't matter because we're heading back to the prison. And it's not as light as I would have liked. The sun has risen, but there's so many mountains in the way that you can't really see that well. We're basically just following the same path. We were here, Cuddy's cave, and then you just go through the road here. until you get back to prison. And that is pretty much it. There's not really much more to it than that. It's pretty straightforward. So it's going to do that. And then the next quest will start afterwards. And there'll be a cutscene first. Yeah, the Blackrock prison is actually kind of beautiful in the Aurora and Twilight because of how the light shines, and there's a lot of electricity that comes on during Auroras as well. Okay. Let's just keep going. It doesn't really matter what condition we're in when we return our stuff. Okay, now the sun has come up. Very beautiful as always. Okay, here we are. So this room here, the gatehouse, or whatever you want to call it, gate room, is effectively your main base in this story mode. But it is where you're going to store all your stuff, rather than giving it to the prisoners.
Looks like I survived another night.
So now, when we go and return to the prison, they will take all of our stuff. So what we want to do now is basically put everything in here. And again, you can use this move all to container, put everything in there. This does not take this off, so you have to do this manually. Put all of this stuff in there. There you go. So you basically return to the prison naked, except for the quest items, which are not here. At least I'm pretty sure they're not here. I can double check that. Yeah, that's a quest item. And now, yeah, and it will tell you as well, hide your items out of sight of the convicts to avoid confiscation. If you forget this, they will take it. You can always reload, or you can go back out there and start afresh. There is loot in all the areas you go to, so I think the game is taking into account that you will lose some of this stuff, but it's best to just hide all of it. And now, this is actually the completion of Chapter 1, and it continues in Chapter 2. There we go.
Wow. You made it.
I made it.
I guess you're tougher than you look.
I found stuff to help the Warden. Medical supplies.
Yeah. You'd better get in there to see him. He doesn't look too good. But first, you gotta let me frisk you. Mathis would have my balls if I let you sneak a knife in here.
Who the hell are you?
Relax. I'm your neighbor in cell 15.
Oh, yeah, Mathis's pilot.
I cleaned you up the best I could. You might have a broken rib. Maybe more. Mathis opened up a couple of bad cuts on you, so I stitched them up. Gave you a shot of antibiotics. Hopefully that'll prevent serious infection.
Thanks. You seem to know a fair bit of first aid.
Well, I'm married. I know a doctor. And, I get hurt a lot.
With friends like Mathis, I'm not surprised.
Oh, Mathis is no friend of mine.
We'd better hurry before the guards come back. There's something I need to tell you about the prison.
I'm listening.
Solitary. It's on its own locking circuits, separate from the rest of the prison. Mathis and his guys, they haven't figured that out yet.
But when they do...
When they do, they'll get Donner out, and there will be hell to pay.
They blame you for Donner?
Mathis thinks I used some kind of override to keep Donner locked in there, even when the rest of the cells went haywire.
Well, did you?
No, I can't figure it out. But someone is out there messing with the system, messing with Mathis, and keeping Donner inside.
I might have an idea of who it is.
You see someone out there?
Not saw, but I talked to someone on the phone.
Right. The old rotary phone system would still work. Redundancy for when the sat phone goes down.
Right.
Shit, they're coming back. Get back in your cell.
You gonna be okay?
Just don't let them find you in here. If you get to talk to whoever it was on the phone again, do whatever they ask. Because right now, they are the only thing keeping us all alive.
Think we can trust him?
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Hey, how'd that happen?
Wow. Yeah. Must be glitchy.
These idiots think I'm a fool. They don't think I can figure out what happened here. But they were too chicken to take care of the Warden themselves, and sent you out into the cold to do their dirty work. And you, risking your life to save a guy you don't even know. What a Boy Scout.
That's me.
You still don't get it. Don't you see that in this new world, Mackenzie, Boy Scouts will be the first to die?
And yet, here I am.
Well, smartass, if you're gonna make yourself useful, you're gonna make yourself useful to me.
Am I?
Yes, you are.
And why am I gonna do that?
Well, because...
Hard case. Right.
Get back out there, pilot. Go find out what's wrong with this place.
What do you have in mind?
Well, obviously there's something wrong with the power. Though he's been no help, a map in the Warden's office shows this place has its own power plant, so... go check it out. Get me some power, so I can open the gates to Solitary.
Right. Power, Solitary. Got it.
And Mackenzie,
Yes?
don't dawdle. Or... the Warden gets it for real this time.
Mathis said to give you this.
That doesn't look like a coat.
That's 'cause it isn't. It's a bit of a map. Shows the way to the dam. Looks like you can just follow the power lines or something.
It's cold out here. I won't find the dam if I freeze before I get there.
Do I look like a guy who gives it? You don't want to freeze out here? Then get moving.
Bastards. At least this map looks real enough.
And here we are. This is chapter 2. So now we're going to go to the power plant. And they have this map to go to the substation, and there's a trailer, and here's the power plant we need to. I think, I'm not sure if there's an actual map as well of what that was about. But basically, there are ways to get there faster. At least in survival mode, you can go over here. But what we want to do is go basically the main route, which is follow the road all the way around. There is a block passage here. You can still get through, but you can also go this way through the trailer. And there are timber wolves there. But the reason we also want to go this way is because it unlocks a few quests along the way. We need to especially go down here to Jailer's Residence and also Substation, which will trigger quite a few different things. So before we do that, we actually do want to go back over here to Cook's Farm, because there's a quest that starts there that is solved on this side. So it's best to do that first. So we're going to go there first. Before we do that, let's just save it quickly. Okay, so now it's nighttime as well. And we might actually want to sleep even next to this because it's infinitely warm. And I don't really want to go out here while it's dark. I can do it, of course, but for viewers' experience, I think it's better if we don't do that. We can also just sleep in here, because in here it's also warm. So now we're going to go back into this little house, open this, and take stuff out. We can take all of it back out, actually, which will re-equip all these clothes, which is fine. But of course, you also go do all this stuff again, which is a bit boring. And we can put everything we don't need in here again. We don't need all these matches. We were carrying way too much stuff, to be honest. Put a bunch of stuff in here. You don't need 2 antiseptics. You probably don't even need 1 antiseptic, to be honest. Too much food, if anything. But we can always keep it on us for the moment. Let's get rid of some of the heavier stuff. And in here we got 2 of these cans. We don't need this lantern fuel. I guess the rest of this is okay. And we don't need this stuff either. Okay, so now we're much lighter. But because it's so dark and you can't see much, I am going to sleep here until morning. So I'm going to sleep 12 hours actually. Then it should be daylight. There we are, daytime. We can also eat something just to do that. I mean, why not? Let's just eat some of these things. Low condition shouldn't really matter. And have some water. And now, like they said, you should follow the power lines to the dam, which is true. We can now leave and you can see what I mean. Yeah, basically what he's saying is to get to the power station, you have to naturally follow the power lines. And the power lines are here. Basically the Jurassic Park thing. You gotta follow the power lines to get to the control station. So if you don't know how to get there, I mean, we do have the map, right? It's right there. It's actually really close to Blackrock, and it is possible to goat there. Actually, I've been able to do it on speed running. We're not going to do that though. It is quite straightforward. Just follow the road, zigzag all the way. It shows you how to get there. This part is a little tricky, but you can go this way, or you can go this way here. Now, in either case, you end up where you're supposed to. It's not that hard. It's pretty straightforward. But if it's ambiguous, you can just follow the power lines as well. And by the way, most of these power line poles, like up there, if you go up there, they do have a little supply cache, so you can go there and get some extra loot. There are several places we'll probably not be visiting in this walkthrough. But if you need more supplies, there's things like, yeah, this place. There's a cave over there. There's, of course, there's food from the deer. There's all sorts of stuff all over the place. But yeah, but before we do anything, we are going to be picking up a few things. There's a few quests now you can do. There is the substation, basically. A few things at the substation. I think there's 3 different quest items there or near it. But there is a quest that starts in Cook's Farm, and it's best to have that now so we can then do the rest of the stuff. Because surprisingly, this part of the map, the western part of Blackrock, past the river, there's not really anything there. There is a quest in here, in the trailer. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But the rest of it, there's nothing to it. So if you can avoid coming back here, that would be good. So that's why you want to just get that going. And what we want to do is go to Cook's Farm. And there's a passage, I think it is here, or maybe it's a bit, actually might be a bit further off. I think this actually just leads down to the river. Yeah, okay, you can go this way too, but that's not what we want to do. It's a bit further, it's past the wolf, of course. There's a wolf here. As long as the wolf is not disturbed, you can just leave the wolf alone, walking past it. And we're going to go down the road here, but we are going to take a little detour to Cook's Farm. You can get to Cook's Farm. The Cook's Farm is here. You can follow the road like we did before, which took us over here. Cook's Farm is up there. But there's also a bridge. The bridge is here, just past the blue truck. There's a passage here. You follow this passage down here. This also takes you down to the river, to the ravine. But there's also this bridge is what we're talking about. And you cross this bridge and you get to a farm, which is Cook's Farm, which also has some loot in it. And you can actually have a moose spawn here, but only in story mode, not in survival mode. Okay, so where we were earlier, when we did our first mission, the chapter with medicine, that is just over there. You can maybe see the trucks in a second. Can we see the trucks? There they are. See over there, there's all the trucks. That's where we were earlier. Okay, and here is Cook's Farm, and here's a couple things for us to do. First of all, you have the supply bin, of course. Get some coal, which is nice. And then you have gunpowder, which is nice. And there should be a note here. Flare shot, fire striker, very good. So you have a load of fire starting stuff. You might as well loot stuff over here. So resources are plentiful. Cloth, bullets. And then in here, and there's another rifle. This one is in way better condition. I'm not even going to keep the other one. So I'm going to unload the poor condition one. And then I'm going to leave it here. Because it's very heavy. Thank you though. And then here, there is a metal container. And this one has the mysterious note, which talks about these caches. Pick that up, along with a flare and some peaches. And that triggers the Convict Cache quest, basically. And it will tell you where they all are, actually. We could do them now, but there's one all the way up here, which we'll get later. There's one here, which we'll also get later. But notice that there's one right here, and there's also one right here, and this is where we're going. This one is a little tricky to get to, but we are going to try and do it now. So because I did that, I can now go and do these ones, rather than having coming back to them later. Unlike in episode 3, we're going to do these quests whenever we can. Also, hatchet right there.
Excellent.
Which is nice to have as well as defense. Getting heavy now because we're carrying a bunch of stuff, but that's okay. We'll probably drop some things soon. Okay, now we're going to head back to where we just came from. It's going to be cold, but that's okay. Let's load this rifle and head in there. For the most part, we're going to be encountering wolves, but there are timber wolves there too. We will be encountering them a few times, but it's not like episode 3 where basically pretty much all the wolves were replaced. Okay, so one of these caches is actually here, but it's a little tricky to get to. I'm just going to illustrate why. It's basically one of these poles. Let's see, is this wolf still here, or is he gone? No, he's still here. So there's one here. It's not that one, although that I think does have some loot in it. It's actually the other one over there. And you can't actually get to that one from the road. You have to go through other areas. I think you can access it from here, but I think the intended way is to access it from the rope on the other side. But let's just have a quick look so you know what I mean. You head up here to one of these power cable poles, whatever you call these things. And head up here. Here is one of them. And when you get up here, you see, well, there's the deer carcass. And there's also this. Hacksaw. You probably won't be needing that. But tools as well. And metal container, which probably has matches. Lantern oil, flare shell. This is good stuff, see? But it's not the one we wanted. The one we wanted is the one over there. As you can see, we can't actually get to it from here. It doesn't really allow us. Instead, you have to go all the way around to get to it. From the south side. You can also goat this way, which is not really what's intended though. This is a shortcut to the substation. This is where we are relative to that. You can just go down, but we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to just follow the road as intended. But yeah, the one that we want is this one here. You have to access it from the other side unless you go to it, which we are not going to do. So we're just going to go down to the road. Don't be afraid of going down. It's like the easiest thing in the world. Okay, let's get the stress pistol out. And we are going to keep running because it's a long walk. The Blackrock region is fairly big, but because of how it's sectioned, it's not too hard to navigate. There's a lot of roads. It's actually kind of linear because everything's divided by these roads and rivers. So you basically have everything. I can't zoom out, but you got these roads, and it basically leads to the, I guess you call this the eastern part. And then you have the middle part and the western part. And that's basically it. So the one we want is up there. So you can go down here if you want, this way. It's a shortcut. If you don't want to take shortcuts, just follow the road as usual. Go this way. And there's signs as well in case you get lost. This leads you down here to what is the jailer's residences. There's a shortcut would be taking you down here. That's where I was just at. Okay, now before we try and get up to this place here, what you want to do is go down to jailer's residence. So here, there's a few things to do. This is somewhere you should go in survival mode, by the way, because you tend to get matches here. And there's a few different things. You got the destroyed jailer residences, but what we really want is that truck that's over there. But here you can have a look around. There's a bit of loot here and there. For example, there's another pry bar in case you missed it. There's this container as well, which has a shirt, which could be okay, I guess. Slightly better. Get rid of all of Mackenzie's stuff here. And then you want to go to this place here with the truck. That's basically where you want to go, because that is... Oh, sorry, I'm talking way too loud. Is where the key is for the key number 3. And you also need key number 3 to open up the locker to get the Dark Star achievement. So this actually does 2 things. There's another bedroll in case you didn't have one. It's Timberwolves over there.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Hello, Timberwolves. And in here, it should be in the glove box, is the key. There we are, locker key. So we need this one. When we open the 3rd locker, it progresses the locker quest, of course, but it also opens up the volume A for Dark Star, so that we can complete that quest as well. Isn't that nice? Other than that, there isn't really anything here. So we're going to take that. There we go. If you want to warm up, you can do that here. We're not going to do that though, we're just going to continue. More flare shells, more marine flares. We're getting heavy though, but look at this, there's so much stuff here. Still didn't have the hatchet, there's another hatchet, more cloth, more wood, all this stuff. There's so much stuff here. I'm heavy already, you know. We could actually maybe even drop some stuff here. There's a jerry can, there's a coal bin.
I could use this.
If we want to, we could just, for the sake of it, light a fire here. With accelerant, or rather this. And then you just...
That should help warm things up.
Put on coal, or you can put on fir fire, which is very heavy. Piece of coal, doesn't matter. You can cook stuff if you want. We can warm up these peaches, which we are going to be opening with the hatchet. And you can warm them up if you want. You don't have to put them on the barrel, you can put them next to it. You can't do the same with dog food though. But you can do it with coffee. Put it here next to it, or you can put it here on top of it, which takes the same amount of time. Fast time until ready. And you can eat it. Now you'll warm up a little bit too. Isn't that nice? And I'm actually carrying too much stuff, so I'm going to drop a few things. We don't really need the wood. We don't need the excess cloth, I guess. Let's just see. Because we're just doing a walkthrough here that is story related. I'm not too bothered about what I'm carrying around. So let's see what else we can get rid of. We have too much food. Sounds weird, but we have too much food. So let's get rid of some heavy food. We have too many flares, really. But I'm going to keep it just for now. We don't need the tools. The tools are to repair things like the hacksaw. We don't need that. We can just drop that. We don't need the hacksaw either. I'm going to drop that too. But you can carry it if you want to. The hatchet is just a defensive measure, so you can keep that. Okay, now we're also going to do this part, the Blackrock Rumours, and it's right down here in the ravine. The easiest way to get there is to just go here. There's a passage behind this barn we were just at. Go over here, and this will take you to this location. Go up here. You can get up there, don't worry. There we are. Up, up, up. And this then takes you basically down again. So now you're at a ramp that goes down. Plus there's also this path here. It's basically an overlook area. And you can see here is the river, or ravine, whatever you want to call it. And the corpse is just here. So you got to go down here. And you can cross this bridge. Go down, and the corpse is basically all the way at the end of this ravine, so to speak. So again, it has like a detection area. It doesn't mean it's right there, it's somewhere in this area. So you basically want to just get to the end. If you struggle to find it, you know, the crows might help too. But it should be here. There you can see it right there. And there's the crows as well. So in case you were struggling, crows will guide you. Provided the weather allows it, of course. And this should be one part of the Lost Power Workers quest. Here we are. You can loot the guard. This has a lockbox key. This is the one that, remember, in the barracks there was a lockbox under a bed that was locked. This one will open that one. It's not part of the quest, but it's like a side reward for the quest. And here is the next note, basically. That's more lantern fuel, and there we go. And then you also have this. Search the prospector's lockbox. Oh, it actually does tell you to go there. Okay, my bad. I thought it told you to go to the next area. Okay. Must have misremembered. My bad. Anyway, you get the bow here, which we probably will not be using. But if you want to, you can grab it here. So yeah, okay, now it tells you to go back here. Sorry, I misremembered. For some reason I thought it told you to get to the next area, which is basically here. But it's actually here. So we could go back and do that, but I think we'll just do it later. It's not a big deal at all. So we're gonna go and do that. So for now, we're gonna head back. And we'll head to the substation. There are a lot of resources. You can see just going around and doing stuff. You get a lot of resources. Oh, a wolf has followed me. Hello, I'm gonna use my bow to kill you. Walk backwards, let the wolf run into your aim, and bow. Wolves are very, very easy to kill with the bow. Like ridiculously easy. You just shoot, let them walk into your shot. Don't try to shoot them as they're running around, because you can miss. Just let them walk into your shot, and then you kill them. Tin Wolves is a bit harder because it kind of works on them too, but they run a lot more zigzag, and they also kind of rotate through attacks. If you have like 4 Tin Wolves on you, it can be tricky. Going up against a Tin Wolf pack with the bow is not recommended. If you do that, you should have a fire down to protect you from them, or snipe them from a distance or something. Can Will shoot crouched? He cannot. He's not level 5 archery, it seems. And now we are here. Okay, so I misremembered that part about the worker. Sorry, I thought it took you to the next part, but it takes you to the lockbox. So get that. Just like in episode 3, there's the odd thing I misremember. I have played this episode a lot. It's by far the episode I played the most, but I still misremember a few things. Let's see if we can avoid these Tin Wolves altogether. That would be good. We can just go back to the road. If we do encounter them, we can just plonk down a fire and shoot them in the face, basically. I think that should be fine. You know, shooting them in the face. Back up the road. Not worried about being tired because we can just sleep. Okay. The Tin Wolves might see us. Oh yeah, they have seen us. Okay. Hit one of them. Did he bug out? I think he did. And then there's you.
It's making my head feel thick.
Okay. So the morale didn't break, but 3 of them have been hit. So 3 of the 4 are bleeding. So I'm not too worried about that. Okay. But we want to get up to this power line, basically, is what we want to do. This morale will break because 3 of them will basically die. Even if they come back, we can just shoot them again. It's not a biggie. This road will take us to the power station. Oh. He didn't die from that? That's fine. We'll just bandage ourselves. Stop the bleeding. He's antiseptic as well.
That didn't work.
Oh, I didn't get a infection risk. Oh, yeah, well, fine. If in doubt, you can have the just pistol out. The roll is much better because it shoots much faster. It's just better overall. So the substation is now down this road. So you go by this road here. But I'm just going to take a little detour up here to see if we can access this this power line that we want to get to, which is up there.
I'm freezing.
Let's see if we can do that. I have done it before, but I just don't remember exactly how it's done. I think it's this pass or passage over there. Look, there's one wolf who is still going strong. So we're gonna go, hello, in the face. I don't think he died from that though. I might just shoot this wolf. Anyway, here's the passage I was talking about. So, see over there where the wolf is? There's actually the rope I was talking about earlier. That's right there. Are you still here? Fine. Okay, so this is the rope. I was at the top of it earlier. So to get to this other power line, you can go down this rope. Then you get to where I am now. Or just do what I just did and go all the way around on this path here and then back up here. This will then lead you up here to this little passage. And you go up here. And this will take you to that power pole, or whatever you want to call it. Up we get. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. All the way to the top. And here we are. And you'll find this supply bin.
Lamp fuel. Could be useful.
I'm picking everything up, I don't really need it. And here is the cache I was talking about, the hidden cache, right? So we're going to do this one and this one here.
There
Pick that up.
Just
Get the revolver. And climbing socks and bullets and flares,
handy.
which is nice. We'll sort our inventory out at the substation. Now I'm gonna head back the way we came, and now that we have a revolver, things are much easier because it's so easy to just shoot the wolf in the face rather than using the rifle. The rifle is a bit too clunky. You gotta read. It's more powerful, but you gotta load it after each shot. It's a bit clunky. Okay, now we're now gonna get to the other cache, and you can actually just follow this roadside, or this wall here. So it's just up here really, and we can just do that to make it easier. Basically, the easy way to do it is just, now that you found this one, you come back down here and then you hug this wall. This wall right here will take you all the way there. We're just going to hug this wall. You can see the power, not the power station, the substation we're going to go to, which is over there. We're going to go there as well. But for now, ignore that. Tim was running around scared. Gonna hug the wall. Just keep hugging it on the right. Hug the wall. There's actually a cave here, by the way. If you want to take a refuge, you can have a little break right here. Cave in there. Not much to it, it's just a cave, but anyway. Keep hugging the wall. Looks like there's more timber wolves. Well, if there's more, we just shoot them with the revolver. It's fine. Looks like a regular wolf. Plus a dead one, which is the one I shot probably. Anyway, keep hugging the wall. Hug the wall on your right. And keep going up, up, up until you get to the top of this. Then you'll find your cache. All the way up here. There we go, and it should be all the way at the top. I think it's up here, if memory serves. Somewhere here. Bear with. It's somewhere here. You can see I'm at the marker. I just couldn't remember exactly where. There it is. There it is. So this is the second cache. And I remember it said follow power lines. These are the same power lines it's talking about. And there's the trailer where the other worker is. We're going to get to that later though. Alright, let's open up this cache.
Here it is.
More bullets. Balaclava, which is great. Flare shells, rifle shells. Good stuff. We'll put the balaclava on for sure. Nice and warm. It's scary. Show it to Grey Mother, like I said in episode 1. Imagine Grey Mother seeing me like this. Yeah, Sack, you know, she's blind, you know. Anyway, we're going to go to the substation now, where there's quite a few things to do. Substation is this building that is over there. Basically follow the power lines and you'll get to it as well. And there's 3 things here. There is one of the Dark Star notes to do that. There is also a cache. Well, the cache is actually the one we just did now. Sorry, there's that one. And there's also the third tail, so to speak. It's going to head to here. It's basically this middle part here of this power lines. One thing that's really annoying with the roll is you can't move and aim with it like this. It stops, right? But if I have the stress pistol, I can move and with that one, see? You can also do the same with the rifle. I can move with it, see? It's only the revolver that doesn't work, which is weird. You can mod it though. This wolf is going to go for rabbit, so I wouldn't worry about the wolf. Anyway, here we are at the substation. And we are going to go in here and do a few things. We're also going to rest here. And take it easy. This is the actual substation. You can also go up here. I think there's a little box of supplies here. Rabbit died. Yeah, this one here. There's supplies all over.
That'll come in
Full
handy.
scarf, gunpowder, so much stuff, really. I don't know if you can kill this wolf with the bow for the fun of it. I don't think I'm going to be using the bow at all. Oh, close. Okay. So anyway, here, before you go into the actual substation, you can open this, and very importantly, let's use just to make gunpowder. Go around the corner and you get to this, which is the workbench. And here you have well, your cloth, whetstone, hacksaw, these things, of course. And inside here, there's a drawer with a rifle cartridge. And there's another rifle as well. So all sorts of good stuff. And there should also be a note here, if I remember correctly. Isn't the note here? Thought it was here. No, it's the blue truck. Where's the blue truck? Wait, is it the blue truck? I can never remember. Maybe I thought it was here on the workbench though. I'm completely misremembering. Yeah, I guess I am misremembering. Oh well, let's just go inside. I thought it was here. Oh, human mistakes, as I talked about.
Some kind of substation control. And shelter. For me, anyway.
Yeah, we got a lot of loot in here too. Can opener, for example. We got all these lockers as well, which we're going to open. Here is a work memo, which is... We're going to skip that. And we got... There we are. And that now triggers the company workers, which is this one here, the lost power workers. See, that's what I confused earlier when I said we picked up this... We found the worker here. and I thought that one will lead us to this one, the second worker, and the key is just like a bonus loot thing. But the second worker is clued in by the memo here in the substation, so I apologize for that. I misremembered. I thought the note I just picked up, the note I picked up now that leads me here, I thought that note was here, you see. Despite having played this episode multiple times and also researched it in advance to make sure I don't forget anything, I still make mistakes. But hey, we're all human. Let's embrace that we make mistakes, huh? And we got our Storm Lantern here, which is something I love to have.
Carry this load
because the Storm Lantern just gives such good light indoors, and you can just refill it with lantern fuel. It's just overall such a good thing to have. And load of stuff in here. And here's also the next archival report. So this is one story of the Dark Star ones that we can now pick up, Volume C. And now we are almost done with that one, actually. We are missing one in Foreman's trailer, which we'll get later. And of course inside the locker, which we'll also get later. But we're getting kind of close now. So that's pretty good. Pretty nice. And yeah, we need to pick up the next Blackrock rumor one, which is in this truck outside. I thought it was in here for some reason. But yeah, anyway. And also we're going to get the last key for the lockers also, because it will be in the steam tunnels.
What have we here?
Okay, let's organize our clothing. Is this better? Marginally better. I want to organize also my inventory. I'm carrying way too much stuff. Let's start by eating something. Let's eat these peaches. And then have some drinks or something. We also have a lot of water. We're carrying more stuff than we need to, like way too much. We'll get well fed soon, I think, but still. We don't need that. We don't need the reclaimed wood. We don't need 2 antiseptics. We don't need 2 painkillers. We don't need all the stuff we're not wearing here of the clothing. So let's drop all of that. Food. We're carrying a bit too much food, but it doesn't really weigh anything. We don't need a hacksaw. We don't need 2 rifles. So let's unload this rifle and drop this rifle as well. We don't need the lantern fuel really, because we have gunpowder. We can reload, so to speak, or refuel this lantern. We can do that. I guess we can keep it. Let's drop some of this gunpowder. It's only really useful to start a fire quickly. We can drop the arrowhead. We have too many flares, especially now that we have the storm lantern. So I'm going to drop these, but I'll keep a couple marine flares on me. Let's see. I think that's probably it there. We can remove a few stones now. We don't need 2 sewing kits. We don't need the bow. I guess that's it. And we don't need stump remover either. And we don't need these, but we can make some bandages. That would be good. Sorry. And then I think we'll drop the rest, except for 1. There we are. Okay, so let's sleep. It's late. I want to sleep until the next morning. So let's have a sleep here. But we're going to put 12 hours. We're going to sleep a little bit longer for it to be daylight. So let's just do that quickly. There we are, but it's still too dark, so we're going to eat something. Just eat whatever, fill up on food. And so as you see, we have plenty. We don't really need to worry about any of this stuff. And sleep for 3 hours. Yeah, now it should be daylight outside. It's a little, dark still, but we're getting there. Let's light this lantern. Just so we can find the door. I can find it in the dark, but you know. Let's open this and let's have a look outside. And now it's a little dark still, but the sun is coming up, so that's all good. Yeah. So now we're gonna head back to the road, which you can just do going this way. Oh, it's heavy snow here. Really heavy snow. We're gonna go the other way, but I'm just checking quickly here. I think this is where the truck is. Yeah, here's the truck. There's a truck, right? So normally, now you would come this way. You follow the road, and when you get to the substation, you see the truck, and you get up there. We went this way instead along the mountain, so we can find that cache. Okay? But this is what we want in here. Go inside this truck. And here is the note, suspicious person. Okay? That is the last one of the Rumours. And you want to do this one because it will give you the Moosehide Satchel. This one is up here, there. This is where Bricklayer's Retreat is, which is good.
Thank goodness.
And if you open this one, you get the Moosehide Satchel. And the Moosehide Satchel will give you +5 carry capacity, which is good. It's not that important in this episode compared to other episodes because you don't have any quests that require a lot of resources to be stored or whatever. So, you know. The shot's scared away, but you can always shoot another one to kill it if you want. We got some heavy snow, but it doesn't matter. There's more loot we have around here, but we don't really need it. We're just going to follow the bridge. And you got to get across the other side. We're going to get to the river, get to the other side, find the other lost worker, and get to the power station. And that is pretty much it. There is more stuff to explore here, but you don't need to. Now notice here, this is a very narrow bridge. You have to cross here. By the way, if you come here earlier, I'm pretty sure this is still the case. If you come here too early, if you go here on chapter 1 and you try and do stuff on this side, I believe you are blocked off. The story won't allow you to do it. If you try and cross it, it will just stop. You won't get past. I've seen people try that, it doesn't work. So doing these quests here actually does require that you're on chapter 2 or later. But yeah, basically here you can go this way. When we got to the other side here, you can follow the road. And it's a little zigzaggy here because it collapses. I think there's a bear around here as well. But you can also take this road here, which is a bit safer. But strangely, this whole area here, this whole western part of the map, there's nothing really there. There is this, the lost power thing. And that's pretty much it, other than the main story of the power plant. There's some stuff here at this broken cabin, and there's some... There's resources there, there's plants, there's rabbits, animals, you know, there's stuff to do there, but there's nothing quest related, so it's not really a utilized area. Anyway, we're going to cross.
Easy does it.
And now we're on the other side, and here there's cars, there's a passage you can take this way up there, which basically leads past all of this, like a zigzaggy route. You can also follow the road, eventually that gets blocked, or you can go this way as well. Here there's many different routes you can take, and they all lead to what is the expression? All roads lead to Jerusalem. Is that what the expression is? I don't remember. Anyway, we're gonna go here, and now we're above the crash site. Not crash site, but here's the road, and it's blocked. And I think you can go this way. Can't you go this way to escape the predators? Maybe you can't. Maybe I misremember. In which case we'll chalk it up to another human error, but I thought you could go this way. Can you go this way? Oh, you can't. Okay. Well, forget what I said then. For some reason I thought you could go that way, but apparently you can't. That's, yeah, that's memory for you. But yeah, so what happens then is you gotta take the zigzaggy route to get there. So this is where it gets a little tricky because of the terrain. So if you follow the road to, on the map you can see there is a road. Basically it's all the way to the power station. And also it said follow the power lines, right? The power lines are there, they're crossing the river, but you can't get there. So what you could do is you can follow the road instead. But this should take you to a collapse, basically. Past this truck. This is where you spawn, by the way, in survival mode. So here, you get here. And you can check out these cars if you want to, but anyway, you get here, and then here, you can see it's not looking too good. There's a collapse right here. You can't get past, right? The road is blocked. You can't get through. So that means you have to go around. And that means that you have to now take this zigzaggy route I'm talking about.
Can't feel my hand.
Just get off the road instead. You can't really do it wrong. This leads up here. And you gotta take this path now instead. And there's a few layers to this path. It seems a bit more complicated than it is because going this route, there's several sort of tiers here. You can go up higher, you can go lower. There are things to collect and see here, but it's not really important story-wise. For example, here when I come out here, if I take this route here, I come back to the bridge, an area with caves and rabbits and cattails. So if you take the wrong turn, you'll end up somewhere familiar. So you see now off the beaten path, I'm going up here. And you see on the map they have these little wooden logs, these stripes, these are also bridges. So we go up here, and here's our first bridge. And if you now look, you'll see what I'm talking about. There's another bridge over there. There's the bear. You can kill the bear if you want. You don't have to, but if you want to, here's a great vantage point to kill it. You can just shoot it in the head from here and it will bleed out. And you just find the carcass and grab it later.
Warm up soon.
You can throw a noise make if you want, but you probably won't hit it. But you can if you really wanted to. Just, you know, shoot it. I missed, because I'm shaking. There, see? Now you see the blood? So the bear is bleeding. Now I don't need the bear, so this is a waste, but I'm just indicating how to do it. The bear will now bleed out. It will take a little while though, unless you try and shoot it again. Eventually he will die. You can just go to him, harvest him, and then you get the bear skin. And a lot of food and that, so you can do that if you want to. You don't need to do it, it's not really relevant to the story, but you can do it if you want to. And this is a good way of killing the bear, because you're completely safe out there. The bear is not going to run around and come back to you. Okay, there's our first hurdle. That's the bear, he's walking around. He will bleed out, he's started walking, but he will bleed out. If you want to, you can shoot him again, but he will eventually bleed out. Here, you can cross over here, boom. Then you head up here, and here's again another bridge. And then again you'll enter some tiers, but they all lead the same way, really, which is up here. You can now, if you want to, you can go down here and go down. Then you end up down where the bear is, which isn't a trap, you can get out of there. There's many roads. Get up here. And keep going. This seems complicated, but it's not. It's actually pretty linear. In most cases in the Long Dark, when you have sort of multiple routes you can take, it really boils down to having two options only, and they converge to the same point. You can't really get lost. You can take detours, but you can't really get lost as such. Okay, and now it's another one of those, so you can now continue here. And here is another bridge, but you can also go up here. So there's the bridge, but you can go this way. And now you get up, basically, pretty sure this takes you somewhere. Yeah, so you can go around this way, for example, see? So you can do that. And we're not going to do that, though. We're going to take, like, the linear path, I guess, which is this way. If you do want to go down, now it's very easy. You can just walk down there. You can also take pot shots at these wolves if you want to. Very, very easy. Get up here and you get to another area with rabbits and whatnot. There's a cave as well, in case you want to warm up. You always go in here. You know, you can make a fire if you want to. You'd sleep. Why don't we sleep for, say, 2 hours? Warm up a little bit. Recover some sprint, some fatigue. Why not, right? There we are. Let us calm down a bit too. Lots of everything. You keep going through all these areas here. There's nothing quest related here. The only quest related thing is that trailer with the worker, the lost worker. And that's it. That's all there is to it. And you just follow the hillside here. And you get to another terrain with more cattails and stuff. So there's a lot of this here. And then you get to this, the rope. This rope takes you down to the power station area, basically. There we are. Now we are here. See? So we've done this whole zigzaggy route all the way around here to get past this. Now there are timber wolves here usually, not right here, but further up the road, so be careful of that. Climbing down this rope is pretty easy. You don't have to come back here, by the way, because when you enter the power station, you exit at the prison, and then later you do it in reverse order. So you don't have to come back here. This is one of those areas. As long as you've done that worker quest, you've done everything. As we're here, I'm going to show you what this is. You don't have to go here to this derelict house, but if you do, I'm going to show you what you can find. You can find an broken door with some scrap in it. There's a case here. You know, gunpowder. I'm going to leave the fishing tackle. You can't actually fish here, which is funny. Another pry bar. And up here, there's also something like a destroyed house. Forager's Remnant is the actual name of it. And there's another bedroll, so in case you still don't have one, there's a stove, pork and beans.
Can't feel my feet.
Let's eat the pork and beans. You can always warm it up and be warm, but we don't do that. Okay, now we are very close to the power plant, which is there, but we want to go to this trailer first. So the easiest way to do that is just find the road. Just get to the road, and then we'll go to the trailer, and go from there. Let's equip a weapon. You can see the power lines again. You can actually take a shortcut this way, I believe, like just over here, but we're just gonna, I mean, the road is right there, so, you know. There's timber wolves, and they're chasing the deer. They killed the deer. We'll deal with the timber wolves later. Okay, so now we're gonna go to this trailer. So we just run up here, and now there's a passage to the left. There's actually two passages. I think it's not this passage. It's the next one. Just double check that. Yeah, that's right. If you go here, you just get into some terrain, basically. You're gonna go a bit further up the road.
Too cold to think.
This is where we saw the wolves. Remember, this is where we were earlier. We were up there. We were on that tree there, and we're looking down at these wolves. And there's a passage here. So there's a little gate there, a little fence to indicate that's where you want to go. Oh, really? Alright. How about you? Just in case they decide to come back. Anyway, you follow the road until you see that fence there. And that's where you go. Up you go. And this takes you to the trailer that we saw earlier. You can also go up and loot that thing if you want, the power pole thingy. We go in here, and this should resolve the power worker thing.
Looks like someone found trouble.
Yeah, you could say that again. And here there is also some more miscellaneous stuff. There's a first aid kit, there's food. I guess we can pick it up. Broken arrow. Another revolver,
never have to use this
which we don't need. So I'm just going to unload it for the bullets and then drop it. Bandage, search the corpse. This gives you the ID of the person it is, which is Linda Burnley. Journeyman electrician. Now, so she was like an apprentice. There we go. And then there's lockers and stuff to search too.
Excellent.
I mean, we don't really need to do this, I guess, but we can have a look. bullets. Oh, that was a casing, and my bad. The containers, a lot of stuff in here, as you can see. More stuff. A lot of stuff. Did I open this? Yeah, I did, yeah. It's a work
I
pants.
need to drop something.
They're pretty good. Energy bar. And then we just... are these better? They are not better. Okay, we're carrying too much stuff again. We can just have a drink. 2 drinks, maybe. We can probably drop some water. We don't really need it. There we are. And now, see, the quest marker is gone. And if you look at the side quest, Lost Power Workers, it says locate worker 1 and worker 2. And I have now found 1 worker, but the other one, I still have to go back here to get that lockbox open. And the actual worker is here. It's in the ravine itself. So the way you do that is to go Cook's Farm, you go down and you go upstream, basically. That's what you do. Okay. So that's it for that. That's pretty much the only thing you need to do on this side of the map. Pretty much. Alright, so now we can head to the power station itself, which is the main story. We'll do that main story. And then we are done with chapter 2. And then we can do the rest of the side quests. Because you want to do it before chapter 4. Chapter 4 is pretty much just escaping, and it's not really the time to do side quests. You want to do it before chapter 4. Pretty much all the episodes have 4 chapters, give or take anyway. And yeah. So now there are Tim Wolves, and I've shown you how to deal with them already. You can shoot them in the face with the revolver, with the bow, with the rifle, but you can also use marine flares. You can use many different things. The best and safest way to do things is to just light a fire. So here they are, right? Hello. And you start a fire. Oh, I don't have tinder. Oops. I don't have fuel. Okay, well, that's okay. So the other thing then, which is to use a marine flare. You just throw it at them. You can't just hold it, you have to throw it like this. And it breaks a lot of morale. There we go. And there we go. Done already. All done. The marine flare is very powerful and really demoralizes them, like completely. While regular flares and torches, they are not as efficient, but they still work. You can throw a regular flare or a torch and it will work. And here we are. Here is the power plant itself. Blackrock Mountain Power. And there's a couple of things to do inside the actual power plant, but also we're going to do the steam tunnels. And then we have finished chapter 2. But the steam tunnel is a little bit tricky, so you know, this is locked, we're going to go this way anyway.
Now.
Okay. Ringing, ringing.
Hello.
Me again. So, they sent you to check on the power plant.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they asked me to do.
You always do what hardened criminals ask you to do?
Only when they ask nicely.
You know you won't be able to get the power back on, right? The issues with the power have nothing to do with the power plant.
Yes, I know. I mean, how are you so sure?
Trust me. I just know.
Trust you? Okay, trust goes both ways. What's your name?
You can call me Jace.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Jace. So what are we doing here exactly?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not here to work on my tan.
How do you fit into all this, Jace? Are you in trouble?
That psycho Donner makes it out of solitary, and we're all in trouble, Mac.
Well, it's better than Mr. Mackenzie, I guess.
Listen, you want to know what's going on with the power and all that? I can tell you. But first, Prove yourself to me. I need your help.
Where are you right now?
That's not important.
How did you end up at Blackrock?
Car broke down when the first Aurora appeared. Well, not so much broke down as just stopped working. Like most things. It was freezing, so I got out and started walking down the road to see if I might find someone else. Or maybe some shelter. Got turned around in the darkness and snow. Everything looked pretty much the same. Wandered for hours. Nearly froze to death. Then, I found a fence. Followed it, and found a guard tower. Next thing I knew, I heard gunshots. It was horrible. The shots there were so many. I waited half an hour? Longer? Crept up, and I could see them slumped against the wall. Blood everywhere. It was guards, prison workers, civilians, innocents. They had executed them. I had to get out, but I know the area a bit. There's nowhere to go, really. Not on foot. I don't know if anyone's coming to help, but I figure I gotta do what I can to keep those blocked up. Donner, he is evil. If he gets out, nobody within 100 clicks of this place will be safe. And if this thing lasts as long as I think it will, that would be very, very bad for all of us.
What do you mean, if this lasts as long as you think it will? Do you know something about what's going on?
Never mind. I just know stuff, okay? Or suspect it.
Sounds like you think it's more than just lights in the sky.
It's not more than lights in the sky. And yet, it is.
That's pretty cryptic.
Let's stay focused on Blackrock, okay?
What's the situation with Donner?
I guess you don't follow the news much, huh? Donner's a psychopath. They have a law about something, this guy's broken it. I hear his old man Mathis isn't much better. But Donner is a once-in-a-generation criminal.
Yeah. I can confirm that Mathis is not Father of the Year material.
Wait, you know him?
He's how I ended up here. It's a long story, but yeah. He's here to break Donner out.
This is worse than I thought.
What's the worst that could happen if he gets out? He gets stuck out in the wilderness and freezes to death, or gets eaten by something.
Wrong. Donner gets out, he will make it his personal mission to find and hurt every living human he can get his hands on between Blackrock and the mainland. Just for the giggles.
You worried about anyone in particular?
Never mind that. We gotta keep him in lockdown. That's the only thing that matters right now.
Okay, so how are we gonna make sure he stays in solitary?
Trust. That's how we're gonna keep him in. You wanna prove you're trustworthy?
I mean, I want to help, yeah.
What's in it for you?
I don't much like Mathis, and he's got something I need.
What is it?
A metal case.
What's in it?
I'm not really sure.
Hey, trust goes both ways, right?
I'm not hiding anything from you. I really don't know.
So then, just leave. Get out of here. Leave Blackrock and let the chips fall where they may.
I can't. I need it.
If you don't know what's inside the case, how do you know you need it?
It's important to someone who's important to me. They were ready to die for it, so I need to get it back.
Right. Well, maybe we can help each other. You do something for me, and I'll find a way to help you with your little problem. Deal?
I feel like I'm gonna regret this, but yeah. Deal.
Okay, listen up. Even with the power out, there are physical mechanisms that the convicts can manipulate to get Donner out. I mean, they are morons, but even morons get lucky sometimes. We need to fix things so they can't accidentally break him out.
And how do we do that?
Well, it just so happens I have the plans to this ancient thing. I mean, a lot of the original structure and prison systems are probably Victorian era. Solitary is newer. But the stuff under Solitary, still old as...
All right. How does that help us?
We get underneath, and we bust up the systems that manage the locking and unlocking mechanisms. And we basically, well, we turn the gates into walls. We seize up the system, and it's so old, so heavy, it'd take a goddamn nuclear bomb to break them out.
Let's hope. You don't have a nuclear bomb, do you?
Steam tunnels.
Steam tunnels, right. What about steam tunnels?
You get into the old steam tunnels. You'll find an access door in the rock face just outside the power plant. Other side of the spillway. According to these blueprints, they lead you, more or less, right to the old locking mechanisms under Solitary.
More or less?
Well, there are some stains on the map. And a few areas that are a little fuzzy engineering-wise. I mean, it's old. But yeah, eventually you will get to the locking mechanisms.
Okay. And then what?
You tear out or smash anything that looks remotely like a switch, fuse, panel, cable, wire, vacuum tube. You get it?
Yeah, I get it. Sabotage the thing.
Exactly. You do that, and Donner is locked in for good. Probably.
Probably?
Hey, I'm not a prison designer, okay? But yeah, as I read these blueprints, probably.
Okay. Wish me luck.
I mean, it'll definitely buy us some time. I think.
I'm going now, Jace.
Hang on.
What?
Good luck.
Well, okay. Let's find those steam tunnels.
Alright. Steam tunnel time. This is one of the most infamous parts of this thing where people really struggled. But don't worry, I'm going to show you how it's done. But I gotta save it first. Okay. Alright, so it's time to do the steam tunnels. Just let me loot it quickly around here first. I don't think there's much here though, it's just, yeah, this could be handy. Energy drink. Some food. And I got these locked, we don't really need them I guess. I could check the locked ones. Bandage. Leave the rest. What we want to do now is go to the steam tunnels. We'll come back here later. I guess we can check this box because we'll not be able to do it later. There's gloves here in case you need those. Ski gloves are quite good but they're heavy. First aid kits in case you need anything.
That'll come in handy.
Bandage. Okay, now I'm gonna head into the steam tunnels and basically sabotage them. Now the steam tunnels is basically one massive puzzle, and a lot of people have struggled with this. It's not that hard, but it's a little clunky. Now I have done this puzzle many times before, but
Remember what Jace said. Locking mechanisms.
But it does have multiple steps to it, so forgive me if I do mess this up, but I believe I should be able to do it more or less first try. So these are the steam tunnels, the old underground prison systems. We'll be returning here later. We're now approaching from this side. And there's a little bit of loot in here too. Nothing too much to worry about really. The main thing you really want is just to get through here, and it's a little jarring at times because of the crouching and everything. But basically, there's a freezing mechanic here. First, there is this. If you haven't got the bedroll yet, there's another one. There's a memo, doesn't really do anything. Air wrap, that's good. More warmth, very nice. Flare, accelerant, food, why not? So you can sleep if you need to, but when you finish this, you go back to the prison and, you know, you recover there anyway. That's pretty much all there is to it. But yeah, here, what is happening is we now have to control steam to melt stuff. So there's a whole mechanic.
Have to thaw things out.
Yeah, so there will be things that are locked here. And they're locked because they're frozen. So what you want to do is melt it, and you do that by diverting steam. See here, there's no steam. Red is basically there's nothing, and green there is. So you want to divert steam through. For example, this one has steam on it and it's closed. But if you move it, it opens, and then steam comes through the pipes, warming up the pipes, and then melts it like this. You'll see the pressure goes up. And it melts the ice. And now you can enter the door. And you have to do this several times.
Everything's frozen.
Everything's frozen. And what you want to do is go through here. Well, that's locked. And this doesn't move, it's frozen as well. So your job is basically to thaw all this stuff. And this requires basically two things. Because you need to get basically the steam from two parts down here, and also it goes down here as well, but this is also frozen. You get into these rooms, it gets complicated pretty quickly. There's a first aid kit here as well, which has a stim in it.
I think I can use this.
Okay, I used to have a stim in it. And you can see there's all these valves basically, and you want to get in here to the control room, but it's again frozen. So you gotta redirect steam to open all these doors. Tell with lighting, there are these lanterns you can turn on, and there's also coal. You can just make torches here with the fire barrel. There's another storm lantern in case you run out, which maybe we will, but I don't think the commission has more lantern fuel. I won't worry about being heavy because that's not a problem. Okay, here's basically like the steam room. And we want steam to get into this boiler engine thing, whatever this is. And it comes from two pipes, basically. And we want to divert it this way. So there's several puzzles here, but it really boils down to two main ones. This is the first one that people struggle with. But before we do it, you can go through this area here, and there is a container back here too. Oops. With some coal.
This stuff will come in handy.
Wool shirt, bullets. Sure, you know. I think that's probably worse. Might be better than this though. Yeah. And coal. Alright. Now, this first puzzle looks really complicated, and it's kind of silly, really.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
What you want is, you see here, the steam, and you want to get this steam down here, right? Now this seems pretty easy. You just open this one, right? And then it goes through here. Then this one's already open, and this one. So it seems like all you need to do is really open that one and this one, and then it will go all the way there. But no, apparently it doesn't work like that. I think it's got to do with pressure rather than direction. Because if you look also, this is actually kind of like a loop. But apparently that's not good enough. And the way this is solved is pretty much think of them as numbers. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And solution is basically pretty straightforward. Really. 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, 6, 3, 4. It's almost linear. So this is see if that's, if I remember correctly and said that. So you turn number 1, which stops the steam from going out of this one. There we go. Let's stop that. Now it's here, but this is closed. We can open it. So that was 1, and here's 2. Now the steam is going down here, but we wanted to go up here. So we're going to close 4. And then we're going to open number 3 to get it up there. Now that went up. Then we're going to open 5. Then we're going to open 6. And now it's basically flowing through, but the problem is pressure. See this? There is steam coming through, but it's not high enough pressure. It needs to be higher. And that's because of this loop, basically. So what you want to do now is you want to close 3 and 4. So now it's 3 and 4. So you close number 3. And you open number 4. And that should do it. And now this melts, see? And you've done it. I don't know why it's like that. I mean, what difference does it make that it goes up this way or not? I assume it's got to do that if you divert the steam up here, it goes through this up somewhere to some other system, and that means that it's not enough pressure. So I guess that's the reason. So now you diverted it down here, it goes down here now. So yeah, the solution was 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, 6, 3, 4. That was the solution. Now the steam is going this way and it's heating up this, but this main valve for the, let's just call it the boiler, is closed. We're going to open that. You can't open these until they're unfrozen because they are frozen. And now there is steam going through this, but as you can see it's going through this pipe only, not the other pipes. And you can follow these pipes now. If you go under these steams, you will take damage. See? Not a lot of damage, like a slower version of being electrocuted, but you do take damage. Don't worry too much about it though, it takes a lot to kill you. But yeah, you can now see the steam coming here, and the steam is going all the way around here, but it's not going to the door, it's going past the door. While all these other ones here, the one we really want to the door is this pipe here, and if you follow the pipe, you'll see this one goes all the way back to the boiler, but there's not enough pressure for it to go there. So we need to fill it from this one to get some more stuff in, basically. And this one is also frozen, and it goes all the way back here. So the steam now is going over the door and this way, and now we need to basically redirect this that way. And this one is a little bit more straightforward, but it's basically the same thing. You just gotta direct it. Forgive me if I make a mistake. In fact, maybe I should save it just in case I mess this up. Okay. Alright, full disclaimer, I did try the puzzle once and I made one mistake and I realized, whoops, and that was a bit confusing how I did it, so this is actually the second attempt of this particular puzzle. It's a lot easier than the first one, but I made a mistake, and for your convenience, let's streamline this a little bit rather than you watching me fiddle with it. Basically, this one has a lot more, but it's more linear, so you got basically 9 here. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And solution is pretty straightforward. It's actually pretty much 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is pretty easy. And then it's 7, 6, 8, 9. That's pretty much the solution. So let's see if that works. So we'll start with number 1. And then we open number 2. See, that's heating now. It's melting. Open number 2. Or rather, we close number 2, I guess it is. Open number 3. Which fills this one. Close number 4. Make it more pressure. And now the steam is basically going down. And now we redirected it like this. Open number 5. And then we got number 6, which is already open, but you can see that the steam goes this way, which is all good. But when it reaches this point, it is not enough. And if you try to open it, you can't. It's frozen. So you need to unfreeze this. So now it was 6, then it's 7, which is up here. Oh, sorry. I didn't actually click the 6 when I was saying, oh, let's do 6, but of course, you gotta close number 6, not open it. My bad. So you gotta close number 6. This will then take it up to number 7. It should then open. Now there's enough to basically pour this out. You now open number 6 again. The idea being now that you get steam from this pipe and also from this pipe. So it comes from here and down. So the idea now is that this one, which is number 8, gets steam from this direction and this direction. So it gets steam from 2 sources, which is why now there's enough pressure. So now you can open that again. Number 8. This then goes forward here, and this is number 9. So this one, even though it looks more complicated because there's 9 levers, is actually easier because you pretty much just do all of them once except for one of them. So it was again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 8, 9. That's pretty much it. Pretty much just do them all in order except for like one of them. Alright, hopefully that was useful. More steam here now. And now this has warmed up this. So now you can pull this lever, which will open up the whole boiler. And now this will warm up too. Main pipe, as it were, gets steam from both. You didn't just go through it, but if you don't want to take damage at all, just crouch. That's what you do. I just ran through it, but yeah, anyway, you get the idea. Let's change to this one.
Something's gotta go.
And now, you don't really need the lantern, by the way, because there's lights all over the place, but I'm just using it. Now this lever is finally unfrozen. Get the steam in there. And then this door will melt. Great. So this is good. Now this opens.
That seemed to work.
But notice that this door to the control room is still frozen. And to unfreeze it, we have to turn this lever, which is also frozen. So we need to still redirect the steam over here. There are 3 more levers around. Once you turn those 3, it will redirect the steam. So you can pretty much just follow the steam path to figure out which ones to turn. The first one is right here. You come into this sort of engine room type thing, and here's the lever right here. This one is already open, but you gotta close it. I assume it's got to do with the steam is now going in here, but you don't want that. You want it to go with the pipes like down there. So you gotta close this valve. Now the steam is progressing through these pipes, basically. And here's some lockers. There's some flares here. You can open these if you want, but there's nothing really to it, really. Water, sure. Fishing tackle. Firearm cleaning kit could be handy, I guess. There's more oil as well, but we don't need that either. I'm just checking this for the fun of it, but you don't. You loot what you want, or don't loot any of it. You decide. Jeans, peanut butter. Someone really wants to fish in here. Okay, and then you basically got to follow the pipes. See how the pipes are red? Red pipes. Red pipes. And you can see that there's several passages here, but this one leads through this room. So the lever was over there, and here's another room. You can always turn on this lantern to indicate that you've been here. You go through here. There's another lantern, and there's going to be a bit of crouching here and there. You get a crouch, get back up, and you will find that here is the next lever right here. This is open. You want to close it.
Ah, damn it!
This is light is on, and basically there's 2 different routes you can take after this, but we're going to go the linear way. So we're going to close this, which also made it safer, and now the steam comes through here. I'm not sure exactly why you're closing this one and not opening it, but whatever. It's that's what it did. It now basically allowed the steam to go through here. I would have thought this would be to open rather than close, but I'm no engineer, so you know, just keep following the pipes. And it's a bit slow here because you gotta crouch. If you douse this, it doesn't matter. You can see quite a bit because of these lamps around, but as you can see, it's not always the case. So it is handy to have the lantern for sure. It makes it a bit easier. Once you lit the lamps, then you don't really need it anymore. But yeah, has a little bit of loot here. Once you crawl through this, means, and you can slide all these to indicate that you've been there. That's a good way of doing it. And now you're back in this room. So going through that didn't really achieve anything as such, because you could have just gone back the way you came and you come out here. The only thing it really achieves is you access that food stuff, but you don't really need to. The lever is what you wanted, the rest doesn't matter. Now there's only one place we haven't been, which is through this little crawl space here. Yeah, and you gotta crawl here. And it's slow. It's slow. So you just gotta crawl through it, take your time. There are no enemies down here at all, so don't worry about it. Just take your time. Don't worry about being tired either, because you're not going to run or anything. And when you get through on to this side, you find the final lever in this little section at least, which is all the way at the end here. And this should be closed. And when you open this one, it will basically for the control room door. So there's the control room. This is locked, so you can't get in, but you can now unlock the door on the other side. So let's do that first. There we go. So the solution in this segment is basically 1, 2, 3. You just gotta turn all of the levers. Very important, you need to pick up the hammer, because you are going to be using the hammer to smash the controls. The rest you don't need, but you know. So, back we go. Now I'm just gonna go back to the room you came from. So this section is actually really easy. So the first puzzle is a little bit tricky. You gotta do it in the right order. But it's, even if you didn't follow this guide, if you just fiddle with them, you can eventually realize, okay, it's just basically about directing steam and closing off and this and that. The second puzzle is way more levers, but very linear. It's pretty much just do them in order except for one step. And this third part here is pretty much just find the 3 levers and turn them, and that's it. You don't do anything else. You can't really mess this part up because there are only those 3, and it's only those 3 to turn. And that's it. As long as you find all 3 and get the hammer, you've done it. Okay. And now there's this final lever to unlock the control room, which should now be 4. As you can see, it is. I like this, I guess. And now the steam has been directed here, so we can now open this. And how the steam goes through. This does make me think that the one that I closed in the other room there really should be open, not closed. And now this says forward. You can finally enter the control room. And in here is the actual controls. And what you're going to do is smash it. So let's do that, shall we? Smash. And there we go. Just like new. Achievement unlocked. You sabotage the locking mechanisms. Donna, or whatever, is going to be stuck. Now, you just got to get back, really, and report to Mathis that, oh yeah, I tried to turn on the power, but didn't work. I don't know what happened. I just, turned on the power, and yeah, what do you want me to do? I'm not a rocket scientist. This is the room we just came from. I had the hammer. Now I can go out this way. And this now leads back to the... you want to turn these on for later, actually, because you're going to come through her again later. Also, you lose all your gear for the final episode, so... there we are. This leads to the infirmary door, almost. There's a staircase by the infirmary door. That's pretty much what this is. Here we are. Here is the staircase. Oh, sorry, it's the door to the staircase. The little room here. Go through here, and here is the stairs. These lead up back to the infirmary. Very important though, before you head up these stairs, you have to go here and open this container, because that will have the final key. So let's do that. There it is, Blackrock locker key 8.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Now we have all 3 keys. So we have 2 more lockers to open. We also have the lockbox to open for the lost workers, and that's pretty much it. Let's see, that's better yet. A little bit heavy, but it's not a big deal. We could actually refuel this lantern just for the fun of it. I'm using a bit stronger flame too. Let's light this. Up we get. And here we are. This will lead out to Blackrock. There we go. That was it, pretty much. Isn't that nice? Now we're going to go back to the barracks, and we have to go around for it. So we're going to have to go all the way around again, but it's not a big deal, I guess. I might drop a few heavy things here, though, to make it a bit faster. We can just... Well, what's heavy here? Yeah, you can drop the rifle. Drop that, sure. Cool. Just drop a few heavy things here. It's good enough, I think. Alright, so let's just quickly head into... we basically now completed the 2nd chapter, but of course we have got to go to Mathis and tell him that, oh yeah, we tried to fix the power and that, you know, but didn't really work out. We're now going to go back to the barracks, because we have all the keys. So remember, we already had 1 key that we found right away. Well, pretty much right away. And now we got the other one. So we got the other 2 locker keys, and completing those will give us the loot and also complete the quest. And there is a lockbox under the bed, which we also can open. We should also add to that story. So here is the barracks again. Go in here. You can always do the lockbox first, which is this one here. This is the key that we found from the lost worker, who was down here, pretty much. And we can open that. And we get the gold nugget. And rabbit hat. There we go. Employee is late and now missing. So we managed to do that. Isn't that nice? Still have this other one to find though. So there's that. The gold nugget. I mean, the hat is actually better, I guess. Marginally so. But I guess we'll put it on. Does it look better? Okay. So I guess it's warmer to actually have the wool toque actually than this. Yeah, it is better. Okay, we'll do that then. Okay, so we got that sorted, and now we have the lockers. So we have for 3 and for... Is it 8? Yes, so let's open 3 first.
Thank goodness.
Hunting knife, stim, bullets, and then we have the next archival report of the volumes, which we needed to get. Volume A, that's in here. There we go. Isn't that nice? And I think that's actually all of them, isn't that? Or is there one missing? No, Foreman's is missing. I'm missing 1. Yeah, I have 3. If we go now to here, is it the lockers? Is that Dark Star? Yeah, I'm missing 1, which is in the trailer. I haven't been to the trailer yet. And then we have the locker. Let's open that.
I could use this.
Bullets, bullets, another revolver, bullets, bullets, flare shell, and that's it. Doom. Very good. And you can go out through the infirmary again if you want to. Not a big deal, but you can also just go back this way. It doesn't really matter. But notice how I'm carrying the wrong revolver here. That's because it's high condition. So be very careful. If you pick up 2 revolvers, this will happen where you have you get the wrong condition one. But the wolf, I could see the wolf through the walls. The wolf couldn't really see me, so I just did a warning shot to get rid of the wolf. If the wolf hasn't already spotted you and you shoot a weapon, then it will always run away. If it has spotted you, you might have to shoot twice. Oh, apparently 3 times. Yeah, I just did that to illustrate. Okay, we got a bite, so we have blood loss. Let's bandage that. Let's use antiseptic for the infection. Yeah, as you can see, I said it was twice, but it was actually more than that. But yeah, if a wolf hasn't spotted you and you shoot with the revolver, or any weapon really that is loud, they will run away. If they have spotted you, they can still flee if you shoot. As you saw there, I actually shot twice, plus I hit the wolf once. Still didn't stop it, but sometimes it will. I think there's a randomness to it. To me, when I tested it in the past, it's not consistent. Okay, now we can go to our locker and drop all of this stuff, and then return to Blackrock, and then we're basically done with this quest. Steam tunnels is finished, shouldn't work anymore, and we'll start the next quest. And chapter 3 is the last time you go out and do stuff, so you gotta make sure you do the last quests then, because chapter 4 is more about escaping the prison, and I think you actually lose all your stuff because you're already in the prison. So actually, remember I said earlier that stuff does not carry over from 4 to 5, and I said, oh, actually maybe it does, but I don't think so. Obviously it doesn't, because you lose all of it. Anyway, we're going to put everything in this locker, like all of it, because, yeah, including what we're wearing. And if it's too big, then fine, we can just drop it, I guess. Just drop all of this. Go in naked. And that's it. That is pretty much it for the quest. And we are done with episode 2. We are also done with the west side here. There is nothing more. As I said, the only real quest on the western Blackrock is really just this trailer with the worker, and that's it. Plus the main story in here. So now we're done with that. We've also done everything here. The only thing we haven't done now is the eastern side, where we have 3 caches to pick up, as well as finding this power worker here. And I believe this power worker is actually located a bit up, in the sense that if you go to the mine first and go down here, it doesn't actually work. You have to find this power work before we do these other things here, I think. And we'll see about that. I can't remember exactly where it is, but we'll figure that out. Anyway, done with chapter 2. Let's initiate chapter 3.
You're still alive. Looks like I lost that bet. Any luck with the job Mathis gave you?
I made it to the power plant. The whole place is dead. Nothing obvious to be done to get it running again.
Too bad. Mathis will be disappointed. Oh well. Back in your cage, Doug.
Psst. Hey, you awake yet?
Yep, I'm here.
Any luck at the power plant?
If by luck you mean I managed to not get the power back up and running, then yeah, you could say I had some luck.
You found them, didn't you? Whoever's out there messing up Mathis's plans?
Not really, but I spoke to them again. Whoever they are, they really don't like Donner.
Well, then we have to do whatever we can to help them.
Okay, but how?
Just keep doing what you're doing. We have to find a way to slow Mathis down.
A little hard to do that from inside a cell.
Maybe not. Quick, get back.
Well, well. Look what my guys found while investigating the old parts of the prison. Someone is seriously with me. Someone who clearly knows more about this prison than they should. Knew exactly what to sabotage to keep us from getting into solitary. You know anything about this, pilot?
I have no idea what that is.
Sure, I figured as much. Whoever did this took a big risk and went through a lot of effort. For nothing. We found another way in. A big-ass key that will unlock the door to solitary, or any other door we want. It's called dynamite.
Damn it, Mathis. Haven't you done enough to my prison?
Shut your mouth! I'll deal with you later. Listen, pilot, it's time to get back to work.
What now?
Detonators. Can't do with this dynamite unless we find detonators. Since we found the dynamite in one of the machine sheds, the detonators should be around somewhere. Of course, we can't find them. So, I'll probably have to go a few more rounds with my friend the Warden here to find out where they are. You just sit tight, and I'll tell you when I'm done. You may want to plug your ears.
Now, listen, Mathis, there's no need for that.
Come on, Warden. Don't ruin my fun.
Detonators. That dynamite is old. We kept it in storage because we didn't have a safe way to get it back to the mainland.
That's a nice story.
Wait! But I know where you can find some.
I'm listening.
Old mine in the hills just above the prison. It was shut down suddenly for safety reasons after the quakes, but most of the gear was left up there. I bet there are some detonator caps up there.
Interesting. You heard the man. Get going.
Yeah, dog. Time to get back out there.
Wait. Mathis, just leave him alone. I'll do it. I'll be quick.
You better hurry up, pilot. I think Mathis wants to let off some steam.
Wait, Mathis.
All right.
What a blizzard. I won't be much use to Franklin if I get myself killed.
I'm pretty sure you can sleep this blizzard out, and even if you didn't, we can still do this. You got a map. But for now, that's chapter 3. Let me just save it. Okay. Alright, so first thing, we're actually going to sleep this off. And we could just do it here, to be honest, because it's a blizzard, sure, but it's also fire. But we should be okay going in the guardhouse. There's no point doing the quest now, because it's just blowy and cold. Let's at least wait until the sun gets up. Okay. Let's just put all this stuff on. And then also here, yeah, we can take all this out. What's the best one? That was this. Yeah, put the rest of it back in here. Alright, let's just put some stuff. We got matches, that's fine. We actually don't need more matches now, I don't think. Take a couple pieces of coal. We'll take antiseptic, we'll take bandages, we'll take the stim, the drinks. We will take some food. We can move all of it in here and then take it back. We don't need all these coffees, that's for sure. We don't need any of this heavy stuff, I don't think. Okay, and then we want the bedroll, we want gunpowder, we want, actually it's easy to move it all in.
I wonder if I can drop any
The
of
other
this
way around.
gear.
I think you got 2 revolvers here. Let's put that in, doesn't matter, it's loaded, we're not going to use that much stuff. We got the rifle, we got a bunch of lantern fuel we don't need. We don't need a lot of this, but I'm still going to take it, I guess. I don't know, it seems kind of excessive. Can opener. Too many flares. Pry-bar, noisemaker. I don't think we need a rifle, if I'm honest. We could bring it anyway, though. Fishing tackle we don't need. Firearm cleaning kit, do we need that? Nah. I think we're okay, to be honest. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Let's sleep for like, I don't know, 3 hours. Yeah, we get well fed as well. Perfect. So now we can actually carry more stuff. It's surprising. It's only been 3 days actually, but now we carry 5 kilos more, and also we have more health. Now, let's do the last few side quests. So there's this one here, which we're going to do first, just because it's so close. You can do this and other ones after we've gone to the mine, which is up here. But I think I want to do all of them before the mine. So once we've done the mine, it's pretty much just wrapping up the main story that's left. This is quite close anyway. Then there are some caches and things. So there's this one here, Convict Cache, which is good to do. And there's also this rumor one we're going to have to do. This one actually leads you back over here. And then there is the wolf one, and there is another cache. This one, the rumors, actually gives you the Moosehide satchel, but you don't really need it. Not really. Okay, let's do the one, this one, the missing workers first. It's quite easy to do. Let's get out of here. Bit cold because it's early-ish morning. -6, that's nothing. At least in protection it is. We're not in a hurry or anything. Just like all the story modes, there's not really a sense of urgency. You can just do it whenever. Even in say things like, we gotta hurry, or the warden's gonna die, or whatever. You can just spend like 100 years out here. Oh, wolves. And you'll be fine. Okay, what we're gonna do now, we're going to basically head to Cook's Farm. So some people actually can't find this guy, this lost worker. But there's a passage down. Well, there's more than one passage, but we're going to use the one that's straightforward, which is go to Cook's Farm and take a left before we cross the bridge. That's the easiest way to do this. So here's a bunch of wolves. So now we've entered the 3rd chapter, so they kind of changed the world a little bit. We have a bunch of ammunition, so you can just shoot them. One of them was off to kill a rabbit there, I think. So we're good with that. We got noisemakers, we got revolvers. This guy's a bit stuck, so I'm just gonna shoot him in the butt. Oh, there's one over there too. They all ran off. Okay, so now we're here again. The blue truck. And then you go down here. Same as we did earlier. Shoot another shot. If you hear wolves around and you're not sure, shoot again. That will spook them because they haven't seen you yet. Alright, so here we are. Here's the bridge to Cook's Farm, and we're going to go there. But before we do that, we're going to pick up this guy, Lost Power Workers. To do that, you take a left instead. And you can climb down these. Just click climb, and the character goes down. But you can safely goat these just by pretty much just walking down on them. They're not very steep, so it's not a big deal though. You can just walk down like this. You land on the edge a little bit. It's very easy. Okay, now we reach the ravine or the river. And if you go to the right, you basically follow the river all the way down here. And you get kind of like where the other worker was. But we want to go up here. And you don't even have to go that far until eventually you'll find the backpack, which has the ID as well as the corpse. So it's right here. See? There you go. There is the ID.
Is it food or?
And over here is the actual corpse. Search corpse. And here's the note. Basically confused.
Something happened.
And there we go. Something happened, yeah. Now that's done. And now the quest done. It's literally just here. Now we're going to go to the trailer, which has something we need. We have the Dark Star. So actually for a quick look here, see what we're missing. We're missing one note for Darkstar, which is in the trailer. We have to kill the wolf, which is quite easy. Well, you don't have to actually kill it to find it. And then you have to go to the Bricklayer's retreat, and then you have to go back to the trailer. So there's that. And then there's 2 caches left. One is kind of near the trailer, and one is near the bridge. So basically everything we're doing now is here. So one thing is in this trailer, one cache is there, one quest line is there, which takes us back to around here. And then there's also the wolf cave and this cache right next to each other, and then the main story. So it's pretty much that's it. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, I guess, things to do, and that's it. And then we're pretty much done. So the side quests there aren't too complicated. They all are, except for the Dark Star, which has all the notes you have to find. Everything is basically laid out for you on the main map. So it's pretty easy to find. Sometimes they select areas, so it's somewhere in this area, but it's still pretty generous. Like, there's not that many places to be. Despite the sort of uneven terrain of Blackrock, there's not that many places where you can sort of hide. They all sort of, the whole place is kind of sectioned. So it's quite easy to find things. If you just play this episode without a walkthrough, you should actually be fine getting all of these quests. The Darkstar one is a little hard because that's not on the map, so that one requires actually scrounging everything. But other than that one, you pretty much can just play the game, go to all the markers, and you'll be fine. It's really, really easy. Okay, so now we're back in Cook's Farm. This is where we were earlier. We came here fairly early to pick up some other things. Primarily, the reason we came here was to find the note that told you to find all the caches that started here, which was in here. But we don't need anything else in here now. So now we can continue up to the trailer here, which is called Foreman's trailer. And you can do that by following the road, of course. Just follow the road here. There's Tim Wolves up there, this way. But an even faster way is just going up here. Up this slope here. This is the go-to way to get there. So I go on survival as well. We are going to run into Tin Wolves, probably at least 2 packs of Tin Wolves. So there is that. But we have a rifle, we have the stress pistol, we have you know, a stone. We don't need the stone anymore. Takes up a weapon slot. Yeah, Foreman's clear cut. Then we're just going to go inside this trailer. We'll deal with the Tin Wolves later. And here, the last volume for Darkstar is found, and it's right here, the Archival report, volume D. Take that, and then you should have
there
all
it is.
4. There you go. And that's an achievement as well. So that's another thing down. Hold on, and here's a bed in case you want to sleep here. Some jeans. Backpack, there's a revolver there hidden, as you can see. Under. Isn't that nice?
I never have to use this on anyone.
And there's some other things. There's a workbench here, which is nice. This workbench isn't there in survival mode, so that would have been nice if it was here. But we don't really need it. Here's some mittens that are probably better. No, they're not better. Can opener, because you didn't have that. Metal container. This maple syrup. There's also sometimes stuff in here. It's all sorts of stuff. But yeah, we're good, I think. I don't think we need to sleep or anything like that. Okay, a couple bullets there. Okay, take the bullets. Alright, we're going to continue now to grab the cache up here, as well as go to Bricklayer's retreat, which is a great base. It's kind of like Tin Wolf Mountain, like the mountain is up. Alright, so let's leave the trailer. And then we're going to go up here. Again, you can just follow the road here. Or you can go across. There's actually a passage over there to go across. We're going to just follow the road. And here is the Tin Wolves. They've spotted us. He's dead. I missed. Did I miss again? I think I did, yeah. How did I miss? Oh. Felt like I was aiming right at him. Hit the first shot. I missed like the next 3. That's okay. I'm not sure how that happened though. I think I was aiming too low, I guess. No. Doesn't matter. Convict Cache is up there, so we're gonna go grab that one. Not gonna pick up the bullets or anything, because we don't need to. But noisemakers too, of course, yeah. Alright, so where are we gonna go? We wanna go up here. That's where this Convict Cache is, up here. We're gonna do that. You have to just find the slope. You just go around the hill until you find a way up. That's pretty much all you have to do. You find the slope up. Then you just head up. I don't think it's here. I think it's a bit higher up here and to the left. So up this slope here as well. And then you get to this part. There should be some wood and stuff over there, but what we want to do is go left again. And then the Convict Cache should be behind the tree up here. All the way at the top here, I believe. I think it's behind... Is it this tree? And it's behind it, so just go around and it should be... here somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's one of these trees. Really sure. Misremembering. Might be one of these trees then. There it is, yeah. Sorry. I thought it was this tree. But it was this one. But you get the idea. It's up here.
Found it.
Indeed you did.
I think I
More
can
flare
use this.
shells. Maple syrup. Just in case you forgot you're in Canada. Stim. Flare shell again. Good stuff. Alright, so that's done. Now heading to Bricklayer's Retreat. And we should run into another Tin Wolf pack, maybe a moose. So you're gonna head out onto this lake here. And here is Bricklayer's Retreat. No moose. Yeah, the moose is there. I can see the moose. So if you want to hunt the moose, here is one. In fact, this is a really good opportunity to practice that. As far as I know, this is the only episode that has a moose. Episode 5 might have a moose. But of the first 4, I think this is the only one that has a moose. And if you really struggle to hunt moose or bear, you find that difficult, no matter what difficulty, a good tip would be to go to this place in episode 4, or the bear on the other side, and practice killing. Just save the game first, and then practice killing them and load. Because it'll be the same in survival mode, the animals don't change. It's just you have a save point here. So if you need practice killing the big animals, do it in episode 4. It's a good idea. Okay, we can do it just for the fun of it, really. It's quite easy with the rifle, if I'm honest. Okay, here is Bricklayer's Retreat. And this is a good little base. It's like Mountaineer's Hut, nice and warm. Got some bullets here. Another bedroll in case you still haven't found it. We got another bow, 2 arrows. There's actually a clip of me on day 1 when this came out. But I killed the moose with 2 arrows, where I hit it with 2 arrows and get it to run over here, and I grab the arrows from the moose and then shoot it again. That's that was something. But yeah, we are here for the Rumours.
This stuff will come in handy.
We don't need most of this stuff. I'm just picking up for the sake of it. There's a Mackinac jacket here, matches, beans. There's a lot of stuff here. A decent combat pants, bullets, and more lore stuff. Accelerant. There's also this thing, the hatch. There we go, scrap metal. That's it. Now the actual thing, the Rumours, the quest thing, I believe it's actually behind the cabin. There's another broken arrow. There's also some supplies here. In here, coal if you need that.
I could use
Killed birch
this.
sapling, that's nice. You can actually make arrows for that. you could do that right here. Let's see. I think it's actually up here if I remember correctly. There it is, yeah. So you're right. It's easy to miss because it looks like it really is here in the cabin, but it's actually outside the cabin. So you pick that up. There you go. And it says there's a prepper cache. Gives you that location, plus flares and
here.
all
Might have
this
to drop some
stuff.
gear.
And now the map is updated, which is the Hermit's Bunker, which is just basically up here. There it is on the map right there. Okay. And before we do that, we could kill the moose just for the fun of it. Let me first check my inventory because I'm carrying a bunch of stuff and I can just drop a lot of it. First, let's check the clothing. Mackinac is much warmer. We can drop that. Combat pants are probably not actually worse. Alright, it's fine. We're also carrying a bunch of other stuff, I think, that I picked up. We have way too many flares. They are good against human wolves. We just don't need them. We don't need to make more arrows. We could, but we don't. We don't even need these two. But I'm carrying them just for the sake of it, really. We don't need 2 of these cans. We don't need the sapling. We have too much food. We can get rid of these heavy things here. Yeah, it's good enough. We have too much of everything, really. We don't need accelerant because we have gunpowder. Alright. Let's just quickly... The moose. There's many ways to kill the moose. It's very easy with the rifle because the rifle kind of stuns the moose, so just keep shooting the moose, it will die. With the bow it's harder because it will basically charge you. You can try and shoot it from a distance if you like, and if you hit it and it hasn't seen you, it'll run away. Right, so if you shoot it with that rifle, it kind of stuns it. Hit it again now. It's dead there. So the rifle is very easy because of the sheer power of the rifle. So when you hit the moose with the rifle, see it kind of stopped in its tracks. Often it runs away. It basically stuns it. So it's very easy to hit the moose with the... You don't need the bow. With the rifle. Now if you really need to, you can now harvest the moose. You can set a fire and there's tons of food. And this isn't predator food either. There's a hide, it takes forever to cure, and guts. This curing the hide will allow you to make the moose hide satchel, but the prepper cache we're going to actually gives it to you. And here we have the classic camera bug. This actually did happen in episode 4. Seems like they haven't patched it, or doesn't. We slowly pan away from the carcass, and the camera just keeps going, and it keeps going. It's completely bugged out. Alright, anyway, we don't need that. What we're going to do is we're going to head up to the prepper cache, and you can just pretty much head back to Foreman's trailer if you want. It's probably the easiest way to do it. And then you just head up a clearing at the end of the road, and it's pretty much right there behind the tree, I think it is. So let's head up here. Now this is where we were earlier to get the Convict Cache. It was just up the road there. What we can do is we can actually just cut through it. We can go down this road here and to the left. So just use the minimap if you're not sure. But for now, follow the road. When it curves to the right, you just want to go to the left instead. That's pretty much it. There should be another Tim Wolf pack here at some point. Now the road goes to the right, which is where you do want to go to get to the mine, because now you're here. But you want to go to the left instead. You can just do that. And I think there will be another Tim Wolf pack here. That's the passage back to the trailer. Let's actually equip this, just because it's... Again, when the Tim Wolves see you, they do this alarm, and you can just shoot 1 or even 2 of them with the rifle, and then you get the revolver out and shoot the rest. They're pretty easy to handle that way. Oh, the bear. Now, bear is the same thing, by the way. Save the game if you need to. Practice shooting it. The best way to kill a bear is just have high ground. So if he comes for you, you can just jump down. So, for example, here. And then you just shoot the bear. Try hitting him in the face. And there, down he goes. If you hit the bear in the face, like, there's a guarantee that it will die after, I think, 3 hits. With the bow, it's 3 hits. I assume the rifle's the same. You can get a critical hit, and you'll kill the bear in 1 shot. But if you don't, you need to hit him in the head 3 times. So if you just consistently hit him in the head, the bear will just die. If the bear had reached me there, I could have just jumped off the ledge and repositioned myself. Or I could use a noisemaker to get rid of the bear. Or I could use a stress pistol to get rid of the bear. Okay, the blizzard is coming. Let's be quick about it. Here's the prepper cache this way. Alright. That's unfortunate, but we can just run here. Okay, so the prepper cache should be around here. Down this way. It's unfortunate with the blizzard, but here it is. So the bear was just killed over there. There's the prepper cache. And then we got it. There we go, look at that.
See if they left anything useful.
Quite a few things in here. As you can see, more flares, wood, bunch of stuff in here. And then another storm lantern as well. In fact, we can light the storm lantern. Just for the fun of it. Put that there. Here is the release record for the Blackrock. Yeah. Take that. And then here is the Moosehide satchel. Look at that.
This'll come in handy.
Very nice. Put that on, and now you can carry 10 kilos with well fed, so even more. Now, normally, I would say you should really get this right away. You could do this quest right away. So when you start this quest, which is really the substation, so if you really wanted to, you could in chapter 1 go straight to the substation, pick up this quest, go to Bricklayers, and then do this. Then you get the Moosehide satchel right away, and you have it for the entire episode. However, in episode 4, it's not really that big a deal. Like, you're not going to be that heavy, and even if you are, it's not that big. You're just carrying some supplies around for situations. You don't really need it. Unlike in episode 3 or episode 1, where you have to carry a bunch of stuff that you give to the townspeople, like this massive hoarding quest. There isn't such a quest here, so it's not really that necessary. Okay. Then you have the conspiracy theories from this guy. Take that. And that completes the quest. And now you're done this one too. Blackrock Rumours. You got energy drink, and there's a bunch of stuff in here. MRE as well, wood. And you can loot all of these things too. We don't really need any of them though, so it's going to leave it. In fact, I think we're going to sleep here for... Well, the mine, it doesn't matter if the mine, if it's dark, so we can just sleep 3 hours and see if the blizzard ends. Normally I'd sleep to the next day, but because it doesn't really matter if it's blizzard or not. Okay, I think we might have to sleep the next day at this point because it's getting dark. We can sleep 1 more hour and see. The lantern burned down. Okay, now it's getting to be nighttime. I think at this point we might as well sleep until the next day. And go out when it's sunny. So I think we're going to do that. We're going to sleep the whole night. And then a bit more so we can go out in daylight. Okay, let's eat some stuff. Yeah, more than enough stuff, really. Stacy's Grape Soda, named after Stacy Plays, one of the first big streamers to really give this game any attention. Last time I saw her live was actually playing episode 4. We can sleep like, say, 2 more hours, then it should be quite sunny outside. Alright, I'm not going to loot all this other stuff. If you really want to know what's in them, come here and open it if you want. But all these lockers, we're going to open the locked one just for the fun of it.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
As has been the case through a lot of this playthrough, I don't open all the containers because you don't need it. If this was one of these other ones where you have to hold a bunch of stuff, it does matter, but here it doesn't. Okay, it's foggy. I think I might want to wait that out as well. Because it would be nice for you to see where I'm going. If I was playing normally, I don't care if it's a blizzard or fog or what it is. Because I know where I'm going even without the minimap. For you, the viewer, it doesn't really give you much to go on. It's just fog. I've done challenges that are like blizzard only or fog only, and then I added minimaps and editing, but it's not much of viewing experience really to it. Alright, let's see. Is the fog gone? Still there. Let's wait a little bit. Fog, there we are. Fog doesn't usually last very long, only like a few hours. Alright, so now we are here to prep a cache. We only have 2 side quests left, which is the other cache and this aggressive wolf. I don't think you have to kill the wolf, but we're going to do it, of course. And if you missed, the blizzard started, but in case you missed where it was, remember that I killed the bear just over there. Can you see the corpse? Maybe you can't, but it's exactly. So right there is the prepper cache, kind of hidden. You can also come up from there, from the road. So if you go here, you can see that the trailer should be right there. You can't actually see the trailer, but the trailer is right behind there. That's where the trailer is. Cook's farm is down there. So you can just head up this hill. You can do that. Then you can actually see it right there. We came from this way though. And for the sake of being linear, let's head back to the road. And here's where the bear died, right here. If you're wondering where the bear carcass went, it's basically the blizzard. So when an animal dies in the long dark, that is to say you killed it, what happens is that it basically stays for 3 days. It doesn't matter if you start harvesting it or it's partially harvested or whatever, it lasts for 3 days. But there's also a kind of like a hidden condition meter of the corpse that's affected by wind. I think it's also affected by partial harvest, but it's not really a big deal. And blizzards really drain that condition. So if you have a blizzard and it lasts long enough, it could destroy the carcass. So if you kill a bear or a moose and then a blizzard hits, you might want to try and salvage it if you can. You can use the bear and moose as actually a windshield if you want. So there's that. Really hard to hit. Can't hit him from this distance, can I? Yeah, I hit that guy. Oops. Wrong button. Yeah, take this. Are you scared of dying? Guess so. You gonna come back here or what are you doing? Right, here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we kind of glitched out, so. I'm really bad with a rifle in long range. You might notice that. I might be a veteran player, but I'm not very good with a rifle. And the reason why is that I don't use it. I play Interloper almost exclusively in survival mode, and there's no guns on Interloper, it's just a bow. I love the bow. You don't have the rifle. The rifle is good though. It's a great weapon. But on long range, I find it quite hard, to be honest. Okay, just keep following the road. Now, we don't have to. You could just go cross country up here. But just to make it a bit easier for you so you know where we're going, let's just follow the road. We should run into at least one more Tim Wolf pack. They are all over here on the eastern side. And on the western side here, there's only really one, which is here. In the middle side here, there's one roaming here. And sometimes another one, but here on the eastern side, you see we found one over here. There's one on the up here as well. And now there's probably going to be another one. There's at least 3 packs. You're kind of entering another part of the region now, where you see all these sort of fallen trees. They indicate you entered another area, and here there can also be Timberwolves. And I think actually, I might be wrong, but I think there might be a bear around here as well. I think there might be 3 bears in episode 4. In episode 1 there's no bears, episode 2 there's the old bear only. Episode 3 I don't think there is a bear, but I could be wrong about that. Anyway, I can see Timberwolves ahead. We can hunt them, we can use the noisemaker for the fun of it, you know, just kill them. If you, just for the sake of it though, let me just illustrate. Here's the Timberwolves. If you're worried, oh, I don't have tinder or fuel. Okay, here we go. Start a fire, like this, and the fire will protect you. Because the wolves are afraid of the fire, they won't come near you. So it's a protective barrier. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. And what you could do, just for the fun of it, is throw this at them. That really breaks morale, as you can see, if you hit them. Look, there's 5 of them here. You can also do this, grab a torch and just throw it at them. Because you gotta hit them with it. There you go, right in the noggin. And that's it. This guy is sort of frozen in fear. I think he's completely bugged out. I don't think he knows what to make of this. Ah, he's dead. That's why. he's dead. I think the noisemaker literally killed him. This happens sometimes, it bugs out like that. The wolf is actually dead, but the model just keeps going. So you can actually harvest the wolf while he's standing. You can also, if you have arrows, which we don't have, but if you do, you can shoot him in the face, because he is dead. Now he's Rudolph. Yeah, so that's another way to deal with Timberwolves. We're not far from the cave now. Let's just keep following the road. And it should be to the left of these broken trees, I believe. Again, look at the map. You don't have to go left here though, you could just follow the path. As you can see, there is stuff around here. But the cave is here. Yeah. Now the quest makes it seem like this is some sort of super wolf surrounded by Timberwolves, but it's literally just a wolf. The quest is a cave, not the wolf itself. The wolf is just here. Just search the wolf cave, and then here's a wolf eating a deer. And we could always, for the fun of it, just use this on him. Let's see here. Seems excessive. Hey, a blizzard hit. That really destroyed it, man. Then you just search this and that will be the quest. You don't have to kill the wolf. Here it is. Great Bear Wolf Behavior Study. Take that. And that did it. Isn't that right? Hard times. You did all the rumors or tales. So now you completed that too. A blizzard hit again.
Wonder if this is any good to eat.
So we might as well just stay here, I guess, again. Let's sleep here. It's warm enough. Actually, it's not warm enough, I guess. What we could do is we could pass time. I didn't bring much fuel with me, really. Let's sleep for 1. Nah, it's not going to do anything. Any wood in here? Not really. Well, we could just go out in the blizzard. Oh, he's dead. Alright. We could just grab some of these sticks. Again, it's just so you can see. Although, we are so close, maybe we should just do this last one in the blizzard, just to illustrate. Oh. There it comes. Damn, this girl's fast. Let's see where he's going. He'd be a guide. But anyway, I can just do this last one in the blizzard just for the sake of it, so you can see how easy it is with the minimap. So you can see here that the cache is right over here. It's actually through this little canyon. What we can do is just let's go back to the road. It's easy to navigate in the road. In the blizzard, doesn't matter, you can find it very easily. So what you do is follow the road. These humans all fleeing because their morale is broken. And look at that wolf. Is he stewing? No, he's still running. Look at that. And just keep an eye on the minimap. See, we're approaching a fork in the road. You're still alive? Now, the fork in the road is a little bit deceiving because we're at the fork of the road now. And if you look exactly on the map, you can see the fork is down here, right there, but it doesn't quite line up if you step around here. Now we're on it, but there's obviously no road here. But basically we want is to find this area here, where the road bends to the right, and then on the minimap you see there is a road leading this way. That's really what you want. And then you just go this way. You can see there's kind of like a little path here, I guess. Is it a road? I guess it might be a road, but you just go this way. And then keep an eye on the right as you go through these cliffs. And you should see the cache. It is on the right, I believe, a bit over here. Just keep looking to the right. I think it might be behind this rock here. And there it is. Right here, now on top of it. You take that.
There you are. Could end up being useful.
And there you go. Got all the caches. And that's it. This is where you are. This one's so close, it's easy to do in the blizzard. You can't really get lost there because the only way you can go is that way, which goes further down this way, or back where you came from. It's very linear. And hey, just run. You don't need to know the map, just run pretty much in a straight line. And then you're back here to the road. Pretty easy. And now, fellow survivors, you've actually done all the side quests. That's all the side quests done. Just the mine left up here. And to do that, again, blizzard doesn't matter here. You can just follow the road. So we'll do this last stretch in the blizzard. I normally don't like doing that, but this time we will. Just follow the road. You can't be wrong about it. You can't get lost. Just follow the road. Keep going, and then eventually, at the end of the road, you get here. No trespassing bridge, and this bridge will take you to the mine. If you play on survival mode, very important, this bridge is not there. In survival mode, this bridge is broken. You have to go the other route, which is the ropes in the ravine over here, to get up there. But for now, we're gonna cross it. Don't be too scared about like these gaps. Yeah, you could technically fall down them, but you kind of have to do it on purpose. Despite the ricketiness, it takes a lot to fall off. You can pretty much just walk across it. I wouldn't worry about it. There you go. Thank you, bridge. And from here, just follow the train tracks, which are like cart tracks, really. And they will take you to the mine. Here there's a few miscellaneous things. There's like a supply cache over there, some coal on the floor, some stone. I think you can actually take the rope up here. No, okay, no. In survival mode, this is a rope. Fiber, which we could pick up because the one we have is actually kind of low condition. And the mine is right there. We just go in here. And that's it. Okay. We're now in the mine. This is the last major part, really, of this chapter. We gotta find the detonators. And the detonators are on floor 2. But we can't get there. It's a bit of a journey. This is a little tricky. Some people struggle with this, but it's not too hard. The mine is pretty linear. You can't really get lost in it. Just save it often if you're worried. There's also this room here, which you can't access, and you need a combination key. So look for clues for the lock cache, which is the last side mission. I'm sorry, I know I said earlier that we did all the side missions, but there's this one too. I forgot about it. But you kind of do it with the main story, so it's easy to forget that, I guess. Sorry. Okay, so we gotta find clues, and these are spread throughout the mine, basically. You don't have to do this, by the way, but it's just a side quest. We're gonna go this way to the left of the phone. This one will matter later, but we're gonna go to the left. And the mine introduces this new mechanic, which is gas, so you have to be a bit wary of that. That comes later. And basically where we want to go is the second floor, but we can't get there right away, so we have to take a little detour. It is a little intimidating because you're stuck in a cramped space. There's gas. It's kind of a bit of a journey, really, but it's not too hard. But if you are worried, just save often. Now we're going to get to the elevator, which will start taking us down to the puzzle that this is. This is kind of like a little puzzle. And to do this, you need a crank, which is here. There we are. So here is the lift or the elevator. You try to enter, it says no, because you need a crank to go in there, which we don't have. Here is a safety notice, which you can just skip. The crank is over here to the right. And here you find some lantern fuel too. And I think there's a stim in here. Yep. And here is the crank. You need this to operate the elevator. And here's also the first clue to open the combination lock at the entrance. You take this, and I would actually recommend, there's a one time when I actually recommend you read the letter, because it tells you that they're looking for the cache, and it says, we know that 18 was the last number, so let's find the other two. So it literally just tells you the number, which is 18. But the other two numbers, because there's 3 numbers, you have to find. So there's 3 clues, and they're basically on, the other 2 are on corpses, 1 in each floor, basically. So this is our first clue. We need to find the other 2. Now we're going to go head into the elevator and go down, and this will take us to the 3rd floor. It doesn't access the 2nd floor, which is where we want to go. So let's start cranking and go down. Crank, 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 crank. This is a little jarring because it's quite shaky, but you know, it is what it is. Let's hold on until we get there. The baby also woke up, so I need to go deal with that, but let me just get down here first. And yeah, it's a little jarring, but here we get to floor 3, and we have to go through floor 3 to get to floor 2. You take the crank with you, you can't mess that up, because the character will just take it. Okay, and then let me just save it here, and then you'll get the baby. Okay. Alright, so here we are in floor 3, and here you'll find some more light sources. You don't really need it though. Lantern fuel, why not? And coal and that sort of thing. Again, there isn't really anything you need here unless you do the story first, and then you want to do side quests and get some supplies. But yeah, anyway, we now have the main threat really of this area. There's no enemies here, but there's an environmental danger. It's very long dark. Usually the environment's what you face. Which is the toxic gas, and you need the gas mask, which there isn't. There's no gas mask in here. In survival mode, if you do go to sonar contamination in the far territory and pick up the respirator, when you come here on survival mode, you can use the respirator against the gas. But in story mode, there's no such thing. So when you approach over here, you'll find your first encounter, which is this gas.
Gotta get some fresh air in here.
And it gives you time, which usually is 25 seconds, or that varies. And when this time reaches 0, you just die. It doesn't start draining your health, you just literally die, and that's it. You can step out of the gas, and the suffocation risk is healed, and when you go back into it, the timer basically resets. To get rid of it, you have to either get through the gas, which is possible. It is actually possible to get through pretty much all of the gas in this episode without using the puzzle wrenches or whatever. But we're not going to do that. The way to defeat the gas, so to speak, is to pick up these valve socket handles, pick those up, and you attach it to the valve socket, and then you turn it. The character does this by themselves, and then the gas is turned off. You get some distortion of vision, as basically this happens instead. But you can now breathe, and you can take this with you. You can take it off, and you can put it back on if you want. If you want to do that, you can close it, as in you can open it again if you want to. But you're not going to come back. There's not going to be many instances of that. So you can take it with you if you want, because going forward, there's more gas. And again, you can just walk through this. Let me just show it out in case you're curious. You can just run past this, for example. And you get to this area here, and right here there is an air pocket, and you want to get to this other side here. Actually, that's where you want to go, and you can get there without the handle. Just run around. There's another handle there, but let's say you didn't do that. You can put the handle here, attach it and turn it, and then this gas goes off too.
Won't be able to move
There we
that
are.
again.
This one, however, notice it says clean air valve.
Stuck.
This one is stuck. This one you cannot take with you. So this one is permanently off. So to get to this other one here, you know, there's an air pocket here, which is clever because it's basically the only light that you see. So you want to head over here. And then you want to make sure you sprint. So if you're exhausted, it's a bit harder if you can't sprint, so you might want to dump some stuff if you're not heavy, or use stims, then you can sprint much more, or the go drinks. If you do all that, then it's much easier. Or you could just sleep. If you have a bedroll, you know, so you could just sleep, even if it's right here, and then you'll recover the sprint. So it does help a lot that you can sprint. So yeah. This run through here is a little bit longer, it's 30 seconds rather, because the developer's nose is a little bit longer, and it's very linear. You can't get lost. It's pretty much a straight ahead. Now that's it. And here we are. And if you wanna not worry too much about this stuff, you can pick up this socket handle here, attach it to this, and you can close it. Which now turns off this gas as well. And you can take this as well. And now you have another one. Oh wait, that turned it off. Sorry, that turned it on, my bad. All of this is not gas, my bad. I forgot about that. Actually disabled the air pocket, didn't it? Whoopsies. Yeah. A little mistake there. Now what you want is you can disable it, and then you can take the handle with you. That's what you can do. Anyway, this corpse here has what you want. It has the mine gate key, which you need to access some of the areas involved. And also, it has the second letter of the forest talker. And if you read this one, it says there's a light system rigged up that delivers one of the numbers of the padlock. And the gas, my god. You have to find a way to reach the right spot on the second floor to see it, and the others went on without. You just need to rest here a while. So there's a light flicker that tells you the number as well. So you take this, and we'll also take this with us. Now we have two of those, or rather we have another one of those. Let's get through here. The main thing we really came for is the letter and the key, because we need those to open it. Back here we go. There's our air pocket, but we can just go this way. We got time. Now, we now enter the main gas area. This is the area that is the hardest. Now notice the door was locked. I didn't actually investigate the door at all because I knew you couldn't go there, you had to go the other way. You need to open this door, you need the mine gate key, which we picked up from the corpse. So interact with the door. Now we have the key, it unlocks it, opens it, and takes you down here. Let's refuel the lantern. So we have that. There we are. Now, down here.
To be the way.
Yeah, this is the only way you can go, really. There's more gas. We do have one of those handles. Again, you could just run through this. It is possible, but the best is to find the air pockets. So you go through here and you start, again, the suffocation risk, 25 seconds. And you just gotta go forward. You can run. But here, you see, there is a socket attached to the handle here. And again, now you can breathe. You can take this off again. You can breathe just fine. Keep going. Gas comes back again. And you can actually do this by walking, but it's best to run just to make sure. And it says elevator this way. Okay. There's another one of these. Attach this handle as well. And turn it. Now you can breathe again. This one, however, you cannot take it with you. It's open. You can't take the handle off. So it is what it is. So this is the end of that. And you notice there's still gas. In the actual elevator, it still has gas in it. So that will clear as you go up. So now you're going to go to the second floor. So let's go over here. Go in. Attach the crank. Up we go. Control says go up. So we go up. We can't go down. And this will clear from the gas. And you'll be fine. There you go. It's a little bit nerve-wracking because the timer is a little low. But you get that. Now this actually goes all the way up to the first floor. So if you hold this too long, you'll actually go past this. And like, oh, whoops, too far. So you have to go back down. Now you can exit. There you go. There we are. This is floor 2. This is where the detonators are. And also the clue for the third combination and the second one. Now, let's see here. You get out here. Keep running. And here we enter the chasm, or whatever you want to call this. And here you'll see there's a door. Well, this is locked.
Locked.
Can't get through it. So instead you have to go up these barrels here. Barrels? Planks, sorry. By the barrels. You go up here. There's a little doorway here. Take that down. This is a one-way trip, by the way. Down here. Boom. And now you are at the detonator place. They're up there. Before we do that though, you can rest there if you want to. There's some pants, some supplies, you know, wool socks, sure. More flares, some lockers you can open if you want to. Yeah, stuff in here. Yeah, and that's it pretty much. And then up here, up on this little ledge here, are the detonators, which is what you want. So you take those.
That's what I'm looking for.
And there you go, you get an achievement for that. That's a story achievement. Now it just says leave, you go back to the elevator, and that's it. However, there's two things you want to do here. You want to find a code for the combination, which one of the clues is on here. And there's also another letter, which is down here. And you see that there's the detonators are up there, but you can actually go here, to these stairs. You take these stairs down, more flares. Take them down into the abyss. And there is a corpse here. You loot the corpse. Gives you the last letter. Read down and it says high explosive, toxic at bottom place. Yep, sounds like a great place to be. All sirens, but we did this fast cipher, the final path of the padlock combination. They marked the signs leading to the elevator. Clever. Now get the hell out of here. So the last number is marked by X's on signs going to the elevator. Okay, I'll illustrate what that means. So we'll take it. Matches, sure. First, let's get the second clue. Solve the riddles and unlock the cache padlock. We have all the clues now. We just need to solve it. We know the last number is 18. We don't know the other two numbers. Okay. To do that, we have to exit here. But what we're going to do is get up here. So you can see this is still locked. So we need bolt cutters. You head up these stairs here. Go over here. And here are the bolt cutters.
I think I can use this.
Take those and you can break those down. But before that, you see here's another corpse. And most importantly, the X. And the X is this light clue that they're talking about. You stand on the X. You see it blinks over there.
I see.
And you count it. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that's it. So the number is 7. I think it starts again in case you weren't paying attention. You might have to leave and come back. I'm not sure if it does. Let's see if it does it again. Yeah, it does it again in case you missed it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Doesn't happen again. So one of the numbers is 7. The last number is 18. Another number is 7. So there you go. There you have it. You just count. It doesn't actually tell you to do it, really. It just tells you it's got to do with the light. You just count it and that's it. Now we have the bolt cutters. You can open this. Ka-ching. There we are. Now you can exit. But remember, the third clue said that the solution was marked on the signs to the elevator, which is on floor 2 and 1. So start, say, with the letter T. Alright, so it's T. You keep going and look for more. Is any here? No. And here is an L. T-L. You keep going. Nothing here. We got the TL, has a V, TLV. You're gonna take the elevator now. And up we go. Back to the first floor. This will lead us to a passage that's kind of long, that takes you all the way back to the main entrance. There we are, first floor. We exit that. TVL. Okay. No marks here. We open this with our bolt cutters, so don't drop them and bring them with you. Boom. Okay. And now you look for more signs, although I think you can probably guess what number it is by now. Let's keep looking for X's. I might have missed some, I'm not sure. But this basically leads back to the entrance. I thought there were more signs here. I'm misremembering. Oh, here we are. There. And E, so you got TVLE. You can kind of guess what the number is based on just those clues. TVLE. What number could that possibly spell out, right? And let's keep going. And we'll slowly make ourselves back to the entrance. Rumbles and rumbles. Another one of these signs. Keep going. And here we are actually back here. And it's the letter W. So you got TVLEW. Put those all together. What do you get? You get the word 12, as in the number 12, right? So that's what it is, right? TWELVE. Use the E twice, though. I think you can pretty much figure out once you get to T and V, you're like, yeah, there's not many numbers that can be, you know? So yeah.
Warm up my feet.
So then you can just head back. There might be a second E. I don't know if there is a second E somewhere, but you don't need it. So the numbers then is 12, 7, 18. And it's in that order. And if you're not sure what order it is, I hear it, there is a second E. Okay, so I just couldn't remember this one. So then it's, yeah, TVLWEE, which spells 12, right? And even if you're not sure what order it is, you know that the last number is 18. So the solution has to be either 12, 7, 18 or 7, 12, 18. Before that, though, let's answer this phone. Who could that be? Let's find out.
So how did it all work out?
Hello again. Well, I managed to sabotage the locking mechanism, but that won't change much. Mathis found dynamite, and soon, thanks to me, he'll have detonators too. He plans to blast through to Solitary and get Donner out that way.
Time for the nuclear option.
But I thought you said you didn't have it.
Relax, Mac. Figure of speech, right?
What are you gonna do?
We're out of time. I've been gone for too long. Atwood's gonna be pissed.
What did you say?
Huh? Nothing. Just said we're running out of time.
No, after that.
Oh, right. Just my thesis advisor. She's the only reason I'm out here at all, Mackenzie. I'm a grad student, astrophysics.
So,
it just so happens that this part of Great Bear offers one of the best unoccluded zones, ideal for setting up certain sensitive instruments for my research, so that...
I have to see her.
You have to see my thesis advisor. You aren't making any sense, Mackenzie.
It'll take too long to explain. We need to get out of here and get to Atwood as soon as possible.
Oh, okay. How do you know about her? And what about Mathis? And Donner? If they make it out, there's a good chance they'll end up finding Atwood. And that's a big part of what I'm trying to prevent.
Where is she?
The Suzuki Radio Telescope. It's about 15 to 20 clicks from here. That's where I was headed when my car stopped working. I've been living there, doing research for months, alongside Dr. Atwood. Mackenzie, if the convicts find out about the radio telescope, it'll be bad. It's an old government facility, so there's all kinds of supplies there. Food, medical equipment, vehicles, radios. They could hunker down for weeks, months. It'd make a hell of a base of operations for all manner of evil they might get up to. They could prey on everyone within 100 clicks. Blackrock is a fortress, but it's broken. It's been broken by the Aurora and everything that's going on right now.
But what the hell is going on right now?
I'm not 100% sure. But astrophysically speaking,
Yeah?
it's pretty messed up. Look, Suzuki is shielded. Due to the kind of work they do there, it's shielded from electromagnetic radiation. There's a good chance that all that's been going on out here, that it hasn't been affected in the same way.
Which means?
It means Suzuki may be the key.
So, how do we get out of here and stop Mathis and Donner at the same time?
Not sure. But I have an idea. Just buy me some time.
I'll do what I can.
Good luck to us both, Mackenzie.
All right. So now it all ties back into what we saw in episode 2, where Jeremiah says you have to get a message to Atwood and tell her Wintermute. So presumably in episode 5, you do meet her and relay this message, and that sort of gives her the clue that what's going on. And we will get the explanation for this event in episode 5. Funny thing is that Jace, this is a cultural thing. She says she's a grad student. That's like an American system, usually meaning you're a PhD student. Here in Europe, it depends on the country, but a grad student is usually someone who's a master's student. A PhD student is, well, a PhD student. You don't go to school to take a PhD, you apply for it like a job. So it's quite different. I have a PhD, that's why not. In case you're watching this and you don't know anything about me, you know, I'm a professor by trade. Oh, associate professor, let's be clear. So I have a PhD. But anyway, that's a whole topic we could talk about for ages. That's not relevant to anything, so let's move on. Anyway, you have the padlock here. We can now interact with it, and the combination, as you remember, is 12, because the letters spell out 12. The light blinked 7 times, so it's 7, and it's 18 because the letter said it's 18. So it's 12, 7, 18. If you mess this up and put 7, 12, and 18, well, you only got one option left, so it's pretty easy. So let's put 12. You move this sideways. Some people struggle with combinations, that they don't understand how it works. Well, you got to do it one way and then the other way. So now you go back to 7. Actually, really easy, this one, and also the indication that you don't write this over there. You can't interact with it until you have all the clues. So actually, even if you get all the clues, but you can't understand the answer, you don't know what the answer is, you can actually just guess the answer by moving this like this until eventually it clicks. This is 18. There we go. So we got it. 12, 7, 18. Open. And then you get this, the storage room. And that's no half measures, which is another achievement. And this one also is, for real this time, the last side mission in the game. I'm sorry I said earlier, that's wrong. But yeah, here we are. So now we've done all the side missions, and it's pretty much just getting back to Blackrock that's left. That'll be the end of the of the episode, more or less anyway. There's combat boots.
Could end up being useful.
Well, a terrible condition. A Forest Talker backpack, which has a memo, basically talks about the penitentiary. Half Message is also an episode of Breaking Bad, I think. Then you have all these peaches, can opener, a lot of stuff here, but more ammunition, another rifle, more noisemakers, a lot of stuff.
I might need to defend myself.
But you don't really need any of this. What we can do, we can unload this all condition one, empty that. We don't need bulk cuts anymore, I don't think. I'm gonna take them anyway, but we don't really need them. Again, too many flares. And loaded. The peaches actually weigh a ton, like they weigh a lot. You don't actually need a can opener if you have a knife or a hatchet, but still, I'm just gonna eat a couple here. Let's also drink a coffee, get some energy back. And then we can eat another can of peaches. Remember to drop the emptied cans, you don't need those. There we are. Good stuff. Now we can just leave. We're finished here. The exit is actually up here, I think. Oh no, sorry. This is the exit on survival mode. My bad. I was so used to playing on survival mode, I got my bearings all messed up. Or did I? Let's see. Anyway, gonna head out here where it says exit. And I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
Oh shit.
Oh,
There's no going back that way.
what a shame. Let's refuel this. Actually, tell you what. There was one here, wasn't it? Yeah. Take that one. Slightly more fuel in it. There you go. And in classic long dark fashion, you're knocked out, you wake up, and there's no Aurora. And of course there is. And there are live cables we don't have to worry about. And which way do you go out now? Of course it is this way. Now you can go this way. So it was here, wasn't it? And now you just gotta get back to Blackrock Prison. That's pretty much it. There we are. And now you can't go back the way you came. I mean, you can try. But what happens is if you go this way, you can follow the train tracks back where you came. And you'll notice that it's blocked off. You can't go this way back. Unfortunately, it's all caved in. Even if you get to the other side, if you get here, you'll see that the bridge is actually collapsed. The whole, that shake that was there, that quake, which blocked that entrance, it also collapsed the bridge. So that's not useful anymore. So instead, you gotta go this way, follow the tracks. And even though it's not really marked here, it's pretty linear. There is a path here at the left. You can see a fallen tree kind of pointing to the left. That's something that happens a lot in the Long Lock as well. They indicate the direction. And this is a pretty linear path. You just follow all the way there. And if you want, you can sleep. We don't have that much energy really, so we could sleep. But we could also just use our energy drinks, really. So there's that too. And here you'll find some row sips. You can climb up here. There's rabbits here too, I think. At least that's where our mother is, but the rabbits don't spawn during the Aurora. Not that you need rabbits anyway. Load of row sips, in case you're in pain. And here we just follow this path. This will take us to a rope anchor which you can use to climb down. But there is a cave here, which I'll show you before we do anything else. Here we are. So here's a climbing spot, and there's a rope anchor right at the end there, which you can use to climb down. However, if you do want to rest and recover some health or some stamina, then, you know, this is the way out. But to the right here is a cave that you can use to rest. It's also an unfortunate soul right here, which also has a flashlight.
Thank goodness.
An energy drink. Flashlight, which is actually quite handy, because it works in the Aurora. And you can scare off Aurora wolves and stuff with it too. But if you want to, you could just sleep here. Nothing wrong with that. And then you just sleep off the Aurora, get rested, and then you continue. And that is a perfectly good plan. Because we have so many gold rings and stims, we might as well just use it for the fun of it. We're going to go to this climbing area and do that. Now, before we go, I could be wrong, but I vaguely remember exploring this area. And before you go to this rope anchor over there, I think if you go this way to the left here, I think there's like a hidden rabbit skin hat here or something. Let me see if I'm remembering this correctly or if I'm just making stuff up. Sorry if I am. Nothing else, we can get a good view of the Aurora. Yeah, look. Nice Aurora view. Look, here's a backpack. I think there was a rabbit skin hat in here. Sure. Oh, it was mittens. Mittens are here. Which are nice and warm. They weigh a lot more though. But they are warm. Let's just take them. I mean, we found them. Let's take them. But that's a little thing. I always remember that from when I explored it the first time when this came out. That you can go up here and there's mittens there, which is nice. Okay. Now, climbing takes a lot of fatigue, as you've seen. But we're climbing down rather than up, so that makes it a bit easier. And we also have all these energy drinks. So we're just going to climb down normally. And after this climb, we will use our stuff. So, again, beautiful Aurora. I do love the Aurora effect in here. So down we go. A little slow because we're a bit tired, but we do have our sprint. And again, we're carrying a bunch of stuff we don't really need. Like, you don't really need the hatchet or knife in here. So, but if you do end up in a wolf struggle, they could be handy. So, I sometimes carry a bunch of stuff just in case, or just for excess sake. But you can drop a lot of stuff. You don't really need it. Okay, now we're getting a bit tired. What we can do is we can sprint over here. And then, before we climb this, we can drink one of our energy drinks. Go, energy drink. Look at that. It refilled our sprint meter and gave us almost full fatigue back. That is temporary though. What the energy drink does, you haven't seen me use it very much, but the energy drink, what it does, is it refills your entire sprint meter, or climbing meter in this case. And also pretty much refills your fatigue bar, about half of it, but it's temporary. It lasts for a few minutes, and you should recharge your sprint meter to like maybe 2 or 3 times before it passes, and then you get a headache. Hello, and here are Aurora wolves, which are much more dangerous than regular wolves, because they have a much longer detection range. And they're not afraid of fire, mostly anyway. But you can scare them off with the flashlight like this. See? It keeps them at bay. You can scare them off too, but it takes a lot of energy. Alternatively, you could just shoot them, you know. I know we've really been good at this, but it is possible to scare them off. Mostly they're just annoying. There you go. Just blare it in their faces and they run away. This is the main weapon really against the wolves. The other one is this one. Shoot him in the face. Okay, so what happens here is now it's a little dark, but now you go through, it's a pretty linear path once again. Just cross all this stuff and you get to the other side of the ravine. This will take you all the way back to Blackrock. And notice here that it says fatigue reduced and energy boost. This is the energy drink, basically. But you get a headache when that goes away. We can light a flare just for the fun of it, so you can see a bit better. Barely though. And it's pretty linear here. You can't really do it wrong. You just gotta keep following it. You can go this way, and I think that eventually takes you to the lost worker that we found earlier. But another reason you want to do that quest before doing this is just that then you don't have to go down there. Instead you can just go up here. This will take you over another wooden bridge. So this is where we are now. You can't really get this wrong. You come down from the rope anchor here. You climb down on the river, and eventually you get to this part here. But you can, of course, if you wanted to, if you somehow miss this, you could just keep going here. But what happens then is, as you can see, it's blocked off. So that will tell you, oops, I must have gone too far. And then you just go back up here and you find the only way out, which is here. This is why also, I'm not sure if I said it explicitly, but you have to do the power worker before you come here. If you haven't done it, you now have to go back and do it. Because once you enter the prison, it's pretty much the end of it. So it's best... now we can drink another one of these. It's best to do all the side quests, in my opinion, before you enter the mine. You don't have to, of course. You could just do it. You can go to your base, whatever it is, recover, sleep, do your stuff. You do it however you want. It doesn't matter. And as you saw, there is quite a lot of loot in the mine as well. But in my opinion, it's just better to wrap it up before you do it. And here it tells you, check the journal for incomplete side missions, just in case. We have done all of that. They're all done. everything is finished. All side missions are done. Should be 6 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. We've done all of them. And the fact that the game tells you to do that is an indication that, yeah, the game is about to end, mate. And here we get to see a little bit of the horrors of Blackrock, which you might have missed before, because you had no reason to go down here. But you'll see all the people that the prisoners have executed, which is a nice thing to see, of course. If you are one of these family people who are watching this and kids are around, you might want to look away for a little bit. I can always tell you when to look back. I mean, it's not that bad. I mean, there's corpses all over the place, right? You know, like here's a corpse. And it's a guard. You can't interact with. And then if you look over here, you'll see that there is quite a lot of corpses here.
This is just terrible. I can't tell if anyone made it.
Made it? Like, no, Mackenzie, they're all dead. That's what they are. I don't think you can loot these. That's like the first thing you thought of, right? Anyway, you can look back now in case you didn't want to look. Those were the people that they... there was someone who said they heard a lot of shots. I think it was Jace who said she heard lots of gunshots. And she said they were executions, which is what that was. And you can hear there's wolves around. But we should be fine. We can sprint. More wolves out on the ice. Now we're pretty much at the end, and here's another wolf. This one we could just, you know, shoot. Oh. Oh. The rifle jammed. That's fun, isn't it? The rifle jammed. What condition is the rifle? 76 and it jammed? Or did I not load it? Was that the issue? No. It wasn't loaded. Whoopsies! No. Just in case you thought I never made mistakes. There was one. That's the thing about me, like, if I make major mistakes that impact viewer experience in walkthroughs, then I might do that section again. But generally speaking, if you make a mistake, just leave it in there. People make mistakes. Sometimes it's nice to see the recovery here, there wasn't much to it. This flare gun, I knew that shooting that would not stop the wolves, because they do not care about the flare gun. But if you hit the wolf, it still does damage to it. So there is that. Auroras have more hit points, by the way, than regular wolves, so they're harder to kill. Technically, someone found out it was Blades Steel that you found out. They don't technically have more hit points, in the fact that they are absorbent of weapons. The weapons do less damage to them. They have like armor, I guess you could say. Yeah. Anyway, here we are. Now we could, again, put everything in here. Just move all the container if you want to. We could do that, but it doesn't really matter because we're at the end of the journey now, and it's not gonna, you're gonna lose all this stuff anyway. So it doesn't matter what you have. And now we're going to enter the last part of this, chapter 4. Damn. Yeah, that is pretty much it. And so we approach these doors, the convicts will come out, and it'll be cutscenes, and there will be another chapter of gameplay, but it's quite brief. This is effectively the end of the episode. So yeah, let's get to it. Quick save. Okay. And let's go.
So, pilot, did you finish the job?
I found the detonators.
Well, I guess the Warden was telling the truth after all.
Now what?
Now, we blow a hole in the wall. But first, let's you and I have a little chat.
Hey! Mathis! I did everything you asked.
Oh, I know, pilot. You've been a good dog. But every dog has its day.
Whoa. Wait, fellas.
So, here we are again.
Yeah. We have to stop meeting like this. Me tied to a chair, you acting crazy.
The problem I have, pilot, is that you keep lying to me.
I don't know what you mean.
You see, that's exactly the kind of thing that pisses me off! First, you pretend not to know anything about the case.
I really don't.
Then, you go around behind my back, purposely trying to mess up my plans. With an accomplice.
Mathis,
Shut your mouth! All I hear are lies. I know everything.
You monster. He didn't do anything.
I know. He was so innocent. Just one of the good guys. But he sang like a bird when we laid into him. He couldn't give you and your friend up quickly enough. I know about your pathetic activities to slow me down, Mackenzie. It makes me laugh because the only reason I kept you alive was I thought you could fly us out of here. Back to the mainland. But I'm starting to understand that here, we can be kings. Back there is nothing but fire and cold. The old world. My crew and I, we're gonna rule Great Bear. Nobody can stop us. Not you, not your friend, nothing. We aren't going anywhere. So you've outlived your usefulness to me, pilot. And when I'm done with you, I'm going after your little helper.
What the hell is going on?
So we get to chapter 4. And now we have to escape the prison. There are things around here, but you can't loot any of it. You can go into the cell and see the Warden didn't make it. He told Mathis all about us, it seems. It's possible also that Mathis was listening in to the phone calls, because they might be one connected network, a bit like how Molly did it in episode 3. So it's possible he did that too. Either way though, we're now without loot, with this nothing, well, except these matches, and that's that they always give you. And it says escape. And that's it, the chapter 4 is just to get out of here. You can run, that's about it. Let's get going. There's of course an Aurora as well.
What happened?
The detonators. They blew too early. Something happened. The guys, get up.
You... Solitary?
They're clearing the rubble. Can't see for all the smoke right now. There's fire everywhere.
I suppose you're pleased with yourself. You'd better hope nothing's happened to my...
Greetings, convicts. This
is your friendly neighborhood prison hacker checking in to say it's lockdown time.
I can't see! I am going to destroy everything you love.
Max, whatever you're gonna do, you better do it soon.
The Warden's office. Hard case.
And now we got another achievement, which is that one. Turn the tables, basically escape your cell now. A couple of things that are a little bit odd here. I don't know why he thinks the hard case is in Warden's office. Maybe they did say it and I missed it. I don't think they did, so I'm not sure why he just wants to go to the Warden's office. I guess it would make sense as though. Another thing is that this kind of illustrates that you don't really get a sense of the scale of the prison gang. If you think about it, you only really see 3 people, which is Mathis, what's his name, Hella, and Vakin, is that his name? Those 3. You only see those 3. You see other corpses, like these corpses, and you're told there's others. So you get the impression there's several, but you never ever see more than 3 of them. And it would have been nice if you saw some of them here and there, even if they're kind of like generic background to get a better scale of it. It really feels like it's just the 3 of them. When supposed there's a bunch of them, like they said, Hella says they're clearing the rubble day, so there's more of them. You know, we don't really see them. I think maybe at the end you see a bit more, but that's about it. Alright. You got suffocation risk again. Things start collapsing. You got 80 seconds to get out of here. You're pretty much just it's pretty linear actually. The game will basically tell you where to go. Because if it's blocked, you can't go there. So here, for example, you can't go here. There's fire. It must be this way. Doors open. Okay, let's go this way then. See, is follow the light. And then here is where it's a little bit different. You have to go through this ventilation shaft here. So you go through that. There's a time which is a bit annoying, but you got a lot of time though. Just follow this ventilation shaft. Again, you can't really do it wrong. You get out here. You get up. And again, there's fire. You have to go through here, under these ones. And you can't go through there, so then you gotta go through here. There's another obstacle, go through here, crouch. Up the stairs. And there you go.
Made it.
Yeah, you had 80 seconds there, and I had 5 seconds left. I deliberately took it quite slow, just so I could show you where to go, but for that section, just make sure you save it, because you could easily die. Now, of course, if you run, you have a lot more time. I didn't run, I knew where to go, but I just took it slow so you can see. But as you can see, your vision actually deteriorates as well. As long as you stay in the gas, so you lose vision, but... So, just save it first, if you're not sure. Anyway, this is the exit there. But we want to go to Warden's office, which is actually through here. Well, these are connected, these doors. Here. Go through here. And here is indeed the hard case. And there's some food here too, which doesn't really matter because, I mean, you don't really have any meters. Not really. We have some clothing now. We kept some of our clothing, which is nice, I guess. Didn't strip us completely naked. We can, if you want, pick up some of this stuff. We can get water, but we don't really need any of these things. You can take it if you want, but if you go on your... Here, it says all of this is full. All your meters. You have broken ribs, though. Which takes a long time to cure. But you can see the meats aren't listed here. So you can search all this stuff if you want. Get some water... and some raw venison. Sure, let's take some raw venison with us. That sounds like a great idea. But anyway, and some coffee. I'll take some coffee. That's always good. And tea. We need that. But what we really want is the hard case, which is here.
This thing. So much trouble.
And then the phone rings again.
I'm here.
You made it to the Warden's office. Good. You better get what you need and get the hell out of there. Quick.
Did you cause that explosion?
I might have nudged it a bit, but mostly those idiot convicts did it to themselves. The PA in lockdown, however, that was all me.
I have the case.
Okay, hang on a sec. Okay, here we are, Warden's office. Okay, so, end of the hallway you just came out of. Take it. You'll end up on the roof. Cross over the building and you'll find a fire escape thingy. Come down there, and you should recognize where you are. I'll meet you at the power plant.
I can see lights in the prison yard. Fire.
You'd better hurry. The whole security system has gone haywire, and I have no idea how long the lockdown will last. Mathis and Donner could be after you in a minute. Go, go, go!
And there we are.
To move.
Now we have to escape.
Don't let him get by!
And then shouting and stuff, but I don't think they actually come out of here. As you can see, they're trying to.
That thing! It can't die forever!
Yeah, I'm just gonna go for a stroll if that's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Oh, isn't that funny? You can actually die. Isn't that funny? I just want to show you what happens. So it is timed, the invisible timer. That's just too funny. Alright, we want to go out here. There we go.
Don't let him slip through!
Block that. And here it's a little bit. You gotta go through all this stuff. You gotta go through these stairs. Again, you have to do a bit faster, but you can always save it in case you make a mistake.
Then down.
Over then down, that's right. Go across. There's no characters following you. But you're gonna go over and down in here.
Find me.
Here is the plank. Use that to block that door. And we can go down here. Boom. Boom. And now you gotta try to not be seen by these lights. If you get seen with the lights, then you get shot at, just like that. But they can miss. So if you want to take your time, just try and learn the pattern. And try to avoid getting seen. But you can also run through it and kind of tank it. It's not too hard.
Don't let him slip through! Find him!
You just gotta now, there's no walls there. It's just searchlights. You just gotta get through it. That's pretty much it. More searchlights.
Don't let him slip through!
Just run past wherever you can.
Where is he?
Hugging the walls help a lot.
I can't see him!
There's this one here too. You just gotta get to the steam tunnels. That's what you want to do. These little things help a lot.
He's in the dark!
There we are. And then now we can go in the steam tunnels. There we go. Lock that door as well. Locking all the doors. And now we have to go through the steam tunnels. Beware of the wires, because there is an aurora going on, remember? We do have a light source in our matches if you want some extra light. We don't really need it, because as you can see, the aurora's on. Old scarf. And you have all these other lights around that we lit before. So here, you don't really need anything, it's right here. So now it's going to retrace our steps. We've been here before, and we're just going to get through it. Back to where we first were at the power plant. And you got to be a bit careful. Here you can see there's like cables. You could technically run across them, but it's really dangerous, so you want to go this way instead. Go through these tunnels tunnels, so now they're reutilizing this. I think you could if you wanted to. I think you can drop all your weapons and stuff and go pick them up, but yeah. Okay, so it's the same thing. You basically go all the way around, but again, there's cables here, so you have to go all the way around. Basically the same route you did earlier in chapter 2. Go through all of this to get to the other side before you suffocate. The whole zigzaggy route. Again, if you struggle with it, it's fairly linear, but if you do struggle, just, you know, just save it. There we are. Just go past all of this stuff and get out on this side here. There we are. Suffocation is healed. That's this thing that's burned out. I left the sleeping bag in case you want to have a little sleep. Down we go to the power plant and to Jace. Some more cables to be wary of. And here is the exit door. We got there. Very nice. There we go. And then the final part here is to go in here, we meet Jace in person, and the last cutscene plays. And that is the end of episode 4. Just gotta go around here, in here, and there we go.
Hi?
Relax, Mac. It's me, Jace.
Right. Well, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks for your help back there.
Thanks for yours.
That was one hell of an explosion, huh?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what happened there.
Well, I might have just had a little bit to do with that.
You should have seen Mathis's face.
That guy had it coming to him.
Could you see what was going on?
Hacked into the security cameras across the prison. That's how I was able to keep an eye on you and the rest of it.
Well, what now?
Yeah, I mean, this is as far as my plan went. You have any ideas?
We have to get to Atwood.
I still don't get it, but yeah, we do. I'm worried about her. With all this going on, she's fragile.
Okay. Well,
They found us. That was faster than I expected.
okay. Well, you have the blueprints, right? How do we get out of here?
I don't know. This was the extent of my plan, Mackenzie. Isn't this prison escape gig more your thing?
There has to be another way out.
Trapped. This is not how I thought this would end. And things were just starting to look up.
Okay, whatever happens.
You're like a bad penny, Mackenzie.
I've been called worse.
You know, it's amazing to me that a smartass like you has made it this far.
Like I've always told you, you have no idea how stubborn I am.
It's too bad being stubborn isn't the same as being smart. And this must be the fly in the ointment. A girl, no less. This is the end of the line for you and your friend, Pilot.
I'm not afraid of you. I've been fighting guys like you all my damn life.
Well, today, you lose. In more ways than one, girl.
Mathis,
What is
Donna.
it?
The explosion. He's hurt bad.
This wouldn't have happened if not for you. You've been a pain in my ass for too long, pilot. It's time for the bad penny to pay the ultimate price. But first, you can watch me deal with the girl. Good. I like them to struggle before they die. Yes! That's what I like to see, Mackenzie. A little fight! A little will to live! I knew you had it in you!
Mathis! Mathis! He's dying. His daughter is dying.
Wasn't expecting that.
Seemed like a good idea at the time. Looks like Blackrock's on fire.
It actually looks warm. First time I've missed the place.
Hey, hang in there. I'll get a fire going. You'll be warm in no time.
It's okay. I'm warming up.
That is not a good sign, Jace. Just wait. Hang in there. It'll be fine. Everything is gonna be fine.
You know, Mathis, he'll just come after us. He'll never stop.
Yeah. Neither will we.
In the water!
But not drown like the others.
Must not be a quarantine breaker then?
Is it another one?
This one is different!
Can't be.
Watch it. Might be infected.
No, not her. Where is it?
Need water. She doesn't look good.
Get her some water, now. Astrid, you came. You said you would, and you did. But where is the case? Where's the cure?
And there we have it, fellow survivors. It is the end of episode 4, Blackrock, or Fury Then Silence. I think we all call it Blackrock. This one was an interesting one. It is definitely the most streamlined of the walkthroughs I've done, just because I've done this one so many times. It's the only one I've consistently done speedruns of. And the quests are pretty straightforward, both the main story and the side missions. There are some room for error, and you saw me make a couple mistakes here and there. There's quite a few puzzles in this one, to do with both the mine and also the steam tunnels. So this is different, and yeah, it's a good episode, I think. There are some criticism to this episode. I don't think it's worth getting into the whole narrative thing here, but we could definitely do a story criticism video one day, but I don't think I want to do that until episode 5 is finished. But some of the criticisms are that, you know, it's kind of strange you just go in and out of the prison all the time and fetch things. Now we're left to free roam out there. And the hard case is like, what, 3 digits on it? You can easily just guess the combination, I suppose. There's a bit of like Deus Ex Machina, like the gate, the explosion just before Mathis kills Mackenzie and then grabs him. So it's kind of strange that Mackenzie just like decides to get into a fist fight with Mathis and then jump in the river rather than just jumping in the river. Seems like an unnecessary risk. But you can critique this up and down all you want. You mean, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, the story is what it is. It also is consistent. I mean, Blackrock is set up as early as episode 1. You know, the Blackrock Penitentiary bus, the prisoners are heading there. There's a manifest that actually mentions the prisoners in this episode. They talk about Astrid fighting the convicts. In episode 2, the Atwood is mentioned. Episode 3, the convicts are mentioned again, passing through, and Molly kills them, which is referred to in this one. It's all pretty consistent overall. And this episode, gameplay-wise, is fairly straightforward, since Blackrock is a interesting region. The structure is quite good. It's sectioned into 3 different parts, and you have west, middle, and east. And west is completely barren. There's only really 1 side quest and 1 main story there, while the center and east have their own missions. But it's pretty easy. It's with the minimap, like the terrain seems difficult to navigate at times, but it's not really. There's not that many places to go in Blackrock outside of the roads and the rivers. So it's not that hard to navigate. It's one of the easier missions. But there are lots of Timberwolves though. And this episode also is unique. It has moose and bear roaming around. And the gas, which was then subsequently added to survival mode later, was very controversial. People didn't like the gas mechanic. You could just die from the gas like that. But, you know, oh well. But it was fun to do. I have been looking forward to doing this episode just because I had done it so many times in the past. I played it twice when it came out, and I did speedrun of it several times too. Been a while since that happened though, but I remember it was a fun episode to play. Mathis is a very intimidating character as well. It's a shame you don't actually see Donna at all. The whole chapter 4 is his name, but you don't see him. You just know he exists. So there's that. But that of course sets up episode 5. Now we're all eager to see how episode 5 wraps up the whole story. It's been a long time coming. I think episode 4 came out in, when was it? Was it 2021? I can't remember if it was that long ago, but episode 5 is now in 2026. As you can see, as this recording, episode 5 is locked. But as of this recording, this recording, it is out in 2 weeks. Oops. So that's going to wrap it all up. So if you have actually watched all of these walkthroughs, I hope you forgive if I say something that is then contradicted in episode 5, just because it's not out yet. I don't know. But I can't imagine that would really impact anything retroactively. Doesn't really matter anyway. This is a playthrough and a walkthrough. But in any case, that was the walkthrough of episode 4. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you found it useful. I hope that it helped in case you were stuck on something. I was a little bit more liberal with Timberwolves this time. I mostly started shooting them. The main reason really being that in episode 3, I have multiple Timberwolves encounters and I try multiple different strategies to get rid of them. So if you really want to see how to deal with Timberwolves, you can check out the episode 3 walkthrough and just click on the many timestamps for Timberwolves. You'll see me do all sorts of stuff. Well, in this one, I mostly shot at them with different weapons, had noisemakers, flares. You know, I showed you some different ways to deal with them, but I was a little bit more trigger happy here just to get past them. But yeah. But anyways, that was the end of episode 4 walkthrough, and I hope you enjoyed it. I hope your playthrough goes well as well, and I'll see you in Perseverance Mills and Suzuki Radio Telescope Tower in episode 5, where we will be playing as both Will and Astrid. Thank you, survivors. I'll see you next time. Bye bye.